Chapter 1562. The Underground River. The Secret Chamber Beneath the Hut. When the mysterious girl revealed the true identity of the pharaoh of the kingdom, that he was an individual cultivated by the high priest using his own genetic material, the princess, of course, was unwilling to believe it, even though she knew what the so-called genetic material cultivation was all about. There were too many concealment and deceit in the world. Deceit was everywhere, even between parents and children. The difference between believing and not believing was just a thought, but the princess knew that the truth behind the strong desire to not believe this matter was real. After a long silence, the princess took a deep breath and asked, "My father, does he know?" "Of course not," the mysterious girl said calmly. "If the pharaoh knew about this, then all his actions and thoughts would deviate, and naturally would not achieve the result that Jetu wanted. You've always been here?" The princess asked suddenly. "Never left?" "I've never left this place," the mysterious girl said casually. "In fact, Jetu's ability has always been stronger than mine. Even if I wanted to leave this place, I couldn't." "Then how do you know what's happening outside?" The princess asked coldly. "Whether it's big or small, you're so clear about it. Probably afraid that I'll be bored or something. Jetu set up some gadgets here that let me know what's happening in Sun City." The mysterious girl took out an item from her chest. It was definitely something that Sun City's technology could not create, but it was something that everyone in the modern realm did not know about: a mobile phone. "When I'm bored, I can use it to connect to the network that Jetu built in Sun City and get access to the entire surveillance system of Sun City," she said with a smile, but there seemed to be something else hidden in her smiling eyes. The princess shook her head, feeling a wave of discomfort, the feeling that from the past to the present, every single day was being recorded. Yamanlana was the cutest in the world when she was a child. "Look, this is how you looked when you were a child," the mysterious girl then said, her finger swiping a few times on the screen of the mobile phone, and actually opened a video. In the video, an 8 or 9-year-old girl was playing in the bathtub. She was playing with her mother in the bathtub, laughing happily. Her Royal Highness was startled for a moment. Then, like a small animal whose tail had been stepped on, she felt as if she had been stripped naked. Most importantly, other than the mysterious girl, there was also a mysterious guy wearing the uniform of a royal guard. "Look, it's so cute." Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl took out her mobile phone and approached Boss Luo, inviting him to watch the video. "It's a pity that I can only watch it from here. If only the person in the video was me. I missed so many opportunities to create beautiful memories with little Yamalana. Oh, you should also watch this video. Yamalana's dancing when she was a child is very beautiful." Boss Luo was the type of person who would patiently watch whatever you showed him. He didn't have any special hobbies. When Princess Royal Highness saw this, she felt as if she was going to faint. She could barely remember how many things she had done when she was a child that would embarrass her to death now. She stood still. Her body was already trembling because of embarrassment and anger. However, the mysterious girl didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She looked like an old mother who was showing off her own daughter with other people's wives in the park. "You better stop before you go too far." If there was no threat, even Princess Royal Highness had to admit that the mysterious girl didn't have to listen to her. This seemed to be the tragedy of the week. Unexpectedly, the mysterious girl actually put away her mobile phone. She winked at Boss Luo and pretended to be serious. "That's all you can watch. After this, my daughter will start to grow up. If you watch it, you have to take responsibility." "Okay, madam." Boss Luo felt that perhaps madam was the most appropriate way to address her. "Please, don't let me see it." The mysterious girl suddenly laughed. "I like your character. You're not like the previous one who had a gloomy character. He might be talking and laughing with you, but in his heart he might be thinking about how to harvest all of you. But he really has the ability to do so. Don't you think it's infuriating?" "It's so infuriating." Don't you think it's infuriating? It's so infuriating. Princess Royal Highness was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, and her face was pale. The mysterious girl suddenly narrowed her eyes. Seeing Princess Royal Highness's expression, her eyes were full of smiles. The smile flashed and disappeared. The mysterious girl suddenly sighed and looked at Princess Royal Highness seriously. Okay, Yamanalana's relaxing time is over. Next, make your choice. Princess Royal Highness couldn't help but frown. The mysterious girl clapped her hands at this time. The wall in front of the stairs of the secret room where the corpse of the goddess of justice was hidden suddenly split open 2 doors. Left, right. Listen, the mysterious girl said indifferently. From the beginning, you knew your identity as a vessel, Yamanalana. Even you accepted this identity, new part of Siajadu's plan, and even agreed to this plan. That's why you appeared in the outside world with the identity of Claudia. Now, since Siajetu told you to come here, it means that he needs you to start the last part of his plan. So whether you are a perfect vessel or not will be revealed soon. Princess Royal Highness couldn't help but look serious. The mysterious girl at this time spread her hands left and right, as if they were corresponding to the cracked doors in front of her. The door on the right hides the last thing that will make you a perfect vessel. As long as you get it, you have a chance to become the master of the scale. Listen, there is only a chance. The left? Princess Royal Highness frowned. She remembered what Siajetu said when he let her come down. You can only open the door on the left. You can never open the door on the right. This is my last advice to you as a father. My Princess Royal Highness. Room door. It was referring to the 2 doors that the mysterious girl had just opened. The left. The mysterious girl paused and looked at Princess Royal Highness for a while before slowly saying, Freedom. If you choose the door on the left, you will be free. You will no longer be a vessel. Everything you have as a princess of the kingdom will disappear. You will be Claudia, the ordinary girl in the outside world. You will not need to carry anything. If I choose the left, Sun City? Sun City is just a large experimental site used to cultivate vessels, the mysterious girl said indifferently. The mysterious girl said calmly, It's a place used to create perfect vessels. It has been restarted many times before you. You will not be the first vessel that Siajetu found suitable, and you may not be the last. So, even if you choose freedom, Sun City will continue to operate until a vessel that can truly become the master of the scale appears. So, even if you choose freedom, it doesn't matter, and you don't need to bear any burden. Why? Princess Royal Highness muttered to herself. You need to think about it yourself. The mysterious girl said softly, I am just here to open these 2 doors for you who came here. I am giving you the chance to choose, and I will not provide any reference. That is all. Come, choose your own freedom and forget the weight of everything. Or choose a fusion that you do not know whether it will succeed or not, and even risk becoming a sacrifice in this cycle of Sun City. Walk to the door on the right. She subconsciously walked to the 2 doors and stopped, but could not take another step for a long time. The mysterious girl did not say anything else and just looked on silently. Suddenly, Princess Royal Highness moved. She once again closed the distance between herself and the 2 doors, and then sat cross-legged between the 2 doors and closed her eyes. Meditation. She threw herself away from the outside world and was completely immersed in her own thoughts. The only thought that existed was left or right. This seems to be called meditation. The girl said after some thought, You learned it in the outside world. Is it very useful? Boss Luo said, Usually meditation can help people focus and relieve pressure. That's great. The girl nodded. The will of mortals can be tempered in such a way, but the gods can't. Their minds are too active and can't stop. Let's guess if she will choose the left or the right. Boss Luo shook his head. He said that he would not guess anything. The mysterious girl pursed her lips and said, "The guesses in the past were so accurate. Every guess was spot on. It was so accurate that it was as if everything was arranged in advance." "How good was that?" Luocchio smiled faintly. He would not make guesses just because of what she said. That might be what she wanted, to affect the course of reality through his ability. She might not know what kind of ability it was. She might have only seen it, felt it, or even been affected by it. "Have you seen it before the previous boss?" "I've seen it before." At this time, the mysterious girl was sitting on the ground. While looking at the princess who had entered a meditative state, she said casually, "I'm talking about the guy lying in the coffin. I've seen it before. Anyway, I don't remember much. It's probably just some trivial things. I remember clearly that the person in front of you and the sun god, were sitting in front of a square table playing a game of colorful tiles. Why, don't you know each other?" "We've only met once," Boss Luo said calmly. What the hell is a game where people sit around a square table and rub together pieces of colorful signboards?" "Oh." The mysterious girl blinked. "Then you handed it over. Are you so capricious? That's great. I can inherit this supernatural power after meeting it once. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? I say, you must be the creator's illegitimate son in your previous life, right?" Boss Luo shook his head. As for whether he was denying it or not, no one knew. Perhaps even he himself didn't know. The girl felt bored and shook her head. "Where did Sun City buy it from?" "The goddess of justice and truth, Matt, bought it. As for where she is now, I definitely don't know. You see, the goddess of justice has been nailed in the coffin for so long. Speaking of which, how much does this younger sister hate her older sister? She was a life created from the goddess of justice's genes and had part of the goddess of justice's memories. But she seemed to be different from the goddess of justice. She spoke like an outsider bystander. There are many things that I don't know." The girl yawned and seemed to be sleepy. "For example, during the long time that the goddess of justice was locked here, why did Matt disappear? Why did her scales of good and evil stay here? Why did the scales contain Seth's balls and Horus's left eye? Finally, the gods of the entire pantheon seem to have disappeared. But why did they disappear? I don't know any of these. Siejetu, on the other hand, has the idea of studying these things, so he seems to have worked a lot outside. He even became a professor in some seminary. But the history of the outside world is somewhat different from what I know. I don't know how much has changed and how much has been lost over a long period of time. Speaking of which, I am innocent." Boss Luo silently listened to the girl's narration. "Let me tell you," the mysterious girl added, "if I fail this time, I won't stay in this place. I've recovered a lot of my strength, and I can leave this place any time now. So, are you sure you don't want to guess which door she's going to choose?" Boss Luo still shook his head and gave an official response. "If I really have to guess, unless the lady can pay the corresponding price." The girl shook her head and rolled her eyes. "There's one thing that is completely different from the one before you. You both look very stingy." Boss Luo smiled slightly. He felt that this was a more housekeeping behavior. At this time, the princess suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. She seemed to have an answer and knew which door to choose. When Mr. Otto climbed up the statue of the goddess of justice with a speed that was beyond the reach of ordinary people, he almost didn't encounter any obstacles and successfully went deep into the head of the statue of the goddess of justice. Here, Mr. Otto stopped because what he saw was a group of gigantic servers. Chapter 1563. He had modern knowledge. When he saw the things in front of him for the first time, he had already recognized the origin of these things. The server group. The flashing indicator lights on the server were like stars in the night sky. Even without investigating, Mr. Otto had already felt how huge the amount of data stored in it was. There are so many monitors buried in Sun City. Mr. Otto walked inside. Siejetu, Did you store the character data of everyone in Sun City here? There was no danger here. In the depths of the jungle-like server group, Mr. Otto was alarmed by something placed here. A huge screen and console. Something was being monitored on the screen. It was something that happened somewhere. Mr. Otto saw Her Royal Highness, the princess. In the area and the square below the statue, there was another Princess Yamalana and another girl. My father. Does he know? If Pharaoh knows about this, then all his actions and thoughts will be deviated. Naturally, he will not be able to achieve the result Siad wants. That's all you can see. My daughter will start to grow later. If you see it, you have to take responsibility. He clearly heard the conversation between the girl and Her Royal Highness, but because he could hear it clearly, he frowned at this time. Because the incoherence of these conversations and the mysterious girl's actions at this time all indicated one thing. There should be a third person in the secret room on the screen. But it didn't appear on the screen. Why didn't it appear? There were probably only two possibilities. First, this person didn't exist. It might just be a fantasy, a mission imagined by the mysterious girl and Her Royal Highness at the same time. Second, this person existed, but his existence couldn't be captured by the surveillance camera. Perhaps it was an ability such as invisibility or light refraction. This made Mr. Otto very curious. He didn't know why there was such a layout in the deepest part of the statue. When he walked to the console and prepared to study the nature of this large group of servers, a line of text suddenly appeared on the screen. The words that appeared one after another formed a complete bureau. Welcome, Mr. Otto. Hello. Mr. Aota was slightly shocked. He looked around and finally saw a camera at the top of the screen. He couldn't help but frown. Who are you? I don't have a name yet. The words on the screen flashed again. Father said that I should only have a name after the experiment is successful. Mr. Ao frowned. Father? Siajetu? Yes. Mr. Ao pondered for a moment. Are you a human, or a program of this pile of servers? I was born from this pile of data. Mr. Ao, I am recording the last stage of the experiment. I hope you will not disturb me. Mr. Ao shook his head and sneered. I don't care what you are. I want to leave this godforsaken place. Whoever stops me, I will kill, destroy. You won't. The text continued to appear unhurriedly. I have recorded everything about your life in Sun City for the past 7 months and 13 days, including your behavior and language. Through analysis, you would definitely not choose to perish together with the enemy, because you still have a reason to not let yourself die. You are not sure that if you destroy me, you will not be trapped in this place forever, so you won't. Mr. Ao sneered again and raised the black sword in his hand. Whether I dare or not is not up to you. I have the final say. After the experiment is over, I will open a passage to leave. You can leave. Mr. Ao was startled and frowned. Why should I believe you? You can only choose to believe in me. Moreover, I will not hurt people. The purpose of my creation is not to hurt humans. Mr. Ao couldn't help but walk back and forth. What exactly are you? Why did Jetu create you? The experiment you mentioned refers to what happened on the screen. Vessel. Are you the vessel? No comment. Mr. Ao raised the black sword without saying a word and slashed at the console without thinking. The sharp black, long knife easily cut open the panel of the console and cut off the wires inside. This made the huge screen in front suddenly become blurry. You are right. I will not completely destroy you, but I will dismantle you. Although I am not very good at it, I have enough time to study it slowly. It seems that the record of you is still not enough. Mr. Ao sneered again and raised the black sword and slashed directly. This slash was deeper than the first one. The buoy on the screen began to move, and new words appeared at the same time. I am the monitor. After the Libra's ability is fully released, I will be in charge of the distribution management, observation, and elimination of all unstable dividing surfaces. The purpose of my Father's creation is that I cannot be affected by human emotions and can deal with everything fairly. I represent the truth, just like the goddess of justice and truth. Mr. Ao Tua opened his mouth. He had heard of Siajetu's plan to create a world without sorrow. Siajetu had even extended an invitation to him, but he was rejected. Siajetu wants to make you a god of the new world. Mr. Ao Tua finally came to this conclusion. He finally understood Siajetu's intention. In Siajetu's mind, all human beings, including himself, could not escape the essence of evil. Therefore, even if he could fully release the power of the Libra, he did not want to become a god himself. Instead, he wanted to give the position of God to a bunch of cold data. I am the monitor. This is a madman's idea, but Mr. Ao Tua could not help but smile bitterly. But I have to admit it is imaginable. If you don't mind this kind of new world being a bit boring, I am afraid it will be a very honest world without sorrow. I am glad that you can agree with that. Mr. Ao Tua suddenly sneered. Because you have taken away the sorrow. Not only the sorrow, all the greed and desire have been taken away by you. What about human beings? The real humans are in deep slumber, and only the facets that represent the good side are moving freely on the earth. What are they happy about? What are they crying about? Everything is going according to the script. There are no mistakes. It's perfect. It's perfect. What is wrong with this? There is no poverty, no death due to war and struggle. I will try to control the population as much as possible. There will not even be a situation of resource depletion and environmental pollution. The ecosystem is closed and cyclical. It will continue to be. There is nothing wrong with it. Mr. Ao Tua shook his head and then said indifferently, "There is only one thing that is not good." Please go ahead. Mr. Ao Tua raised the black sword again. No one can arrange my fate, not even the gods. As he said, Mr. Ao Tua slashed at the center of the screen this time. But just as he was about to cut the screen, the black sword suddenly stopped. Because at this time there was a face on the screen, a woman's face. Mr. Ao Tua stopped subconsciously, but his eyes were filled with anger. How did you know? For 7 months and 13 days, you have been hiding in the city of the sun. Sometimes you will carve this woman's face out of wood. You will also say some strange words in your dreams. Of course, there are only 2 times in total, but through my analysis, I can conclude that you have a kind of love for this woman. I have tried my best to send those drones. I didn't expect it to still be so. Mr. Ao Tua shook his head. How many pairs of eyes did Sia Jetta bury in the city of the sun? In the new world, you can live with this woman. The text slowly appeared again at this time. You can have a complete family, a complete life, and have children. Don't doubt, in the new world, I will write the life background of each individual and then release it. Mr. Ao Tua sneered. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, this woman is already dead. No matter how powerful the Libra is, can it resurrect the dead and divide people again? I have repeatedly studied your behavior. You have always wanted to resurrect your lover, right? Mr. Ao Tua's attitude was noncommittal. So, you will definitely preserve your lover's body well. There's no technology to resurrect the dead here, but there is the technology to extract genetic material and clone people. I can adjust the appearance of the new life completely to your lover's appearance. As long as you give me enough information about your lover, I can synthesize your lover's original personality and memory according to the existing data. So, she will be no different from your lover's real resurrection. In fact, this is also a kind of resurrection. You can really do it? Mr. Ao Tuo's breathing became faster in an instant. In theory, yes. If the initial stage fails, I will continue to try until it succeeds. Because if I promise you, I will always try to complete this thing. I am fair and trustworthy. Mr. Ao Tua was silent. Finally, he slowly lowered the black sword in his hand and said indifferently, "What is the so-called final experiment?" "Let Yamanlana make a choice." "Why must it be her?" Mr. Ao Tua asked confusedly. No comment. Mr. Ao Tua took a deep look at the camera on the screen in front of him, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised the black sword in his hand again. "Mr. Ao Tua, you are the smartest and most knowledgeable among all the data. You shouldn't make such an unwise move." "What? You are just a pile of data. Do you know fear?" Mr. Ao Tua couldn't help but chuckle. "You are just a pile of data. Sia Jatu created you, and you really think you are the god of the new world? Ridiculous. Let's not talk about whether such a new world will eventually appear. Just you alone. Once the power is turned off, you will be nothing." "It seems that we can't reach a consensus, Mr. Ao Tua. You are much more violent than you have always been." "Of course. I never like to let others control my fate. Only I can write my own fate." Mr. Ao Tuo's eyes were filled with fanaticism. "Besides, didn't anyone tell you that I used to be a tyrant for a period of time?" "If so, I can only take protective measures." "Up to you," Mr. Ao Tua said indifferently, "but I will still let this experiment continue." The text flashed, and this time only a simple question mark appeared. Mr. Ao Tua sneered and said, "I don't trust you. I don't trust anyone. I only trust myself. Your proposal is very good. I am moved. So, from now on, you can only serve me. Under my absolute control, you will create the world I want." "This is wrong, Mr. Ao Tua. My existence is to make the world fair. I will not be anyone's tool. I don't mean to ask for your opinion. I am simply telling you that I am going to do this. Whether you are willing or not, you can only take over for me." The cursor on the screen was still flashing, but this time before the text appeared, the black long sword had already slashed the screen open. Mr. Ao Tua said indifferently, "How many days has it been in 7 months? How many thousands of years have I lived? I can't even count it myself. I can't even see myself clearly. How can you rely on a bunch of electronic eyes? Ridiculous." Mr. Ao Tua directly reached in through the crack in the screen and grabbed a bunch of lines. He snorted coldly and said, "This princess even dares to kill herself. Even if I have to use her to inherit the power of the scale, I am more willing to be the one in the square." In the square, Yamanlana quietly stayed beside the pharaoh, who had an eagle head and a human body. She held the pharaoh's hand tightly. The little maid, Elaine, was waiting beside the pharaoh, not knowing what to do. She wanted to say something to comfort the pharaoh, but she didn't know where to start. It was really hard for her to accept that the pharaoh, whom she had always respected, had become like this. "Your Highness, don't be sad." The little maid plucked up her courage and said, "No matter what happens, I will help you. I can still make a wish with the genie. I can do it." Yamanlana raised her head and said softly, "You have been with me since you were young, just like a family. Family, do you understand that feeling?" The little maid nodded her head vigorously. Yamanlana smiled bitterly, "But I have never understood it. Even if I understand it, it is too late. Elaine, don't waste your wish on me. This Sun City owes you too much. Leave your wish to yourself." "Your Highness." The little maid still wanted to say something, but at this moment the sound of footsteps came from afar. She looked back and saw that Mr. Night Watcher was holding a sword and walking towards her expressionlessly. In his hand he grabbed the jackal-headed high priest Sia Jatu and dragged him on the ground. Behind him was Ibn, who was trembling in fear, and the red genie, who was rolling its eyes all the way. Finally, Mr. Ao Tua dragged Sia Jatu to Yamanlana and threw Sia Jatu out. "I need you to fight." Mr. Ao Tua said indifferently, "Do the other choice you are making, because you are also qualified." Yamanlana couldn't help but open her mouth and was slightly moved. Chapter 1564. Left or Right? Before Her Royal Highness entered the door, the answer was still unknown. Which side do you think she will choose? The mysterious girl asked again. She seemed to have forgotten that Boss Luo said he wouldn't guess. This time, she didn't hear Luocchio's voice. The mysterious girl couldn't help but look back. She found that Luocchio had disappeared. Maybe he had left, or maybe he was still there, but he didn't let her see him again. The girl blinked. She was replicated through the genes of the goddess of justice. So she got part of the goddess of justice's memory, but not much. The goddess of justice probably knew very little about the shop, not to mention a fake like her. The mysterious girl pursed her lips and looked at the princess again. This time, the princess was already walking to the left door. It was indeed the left door. Although it was only a slight deviation, the girl could feel the princess's footsteps. Perhaps the princess's gaze had already landed on the door on the left. The left door represented freedom and a new life. The right door represented the opportunity to become a vessel, a bridge to cross the gap between human and God. Although this bridge could also be broken. The mysterious girl didn't seem disappointed. She just watched silently, waiting for the last moment to come. Finally, the princess stopped in front of the door on the left. She was only half a step away from stepping into the door on the left. This was the choice Jero hoped she could make before she went underground and met the mysterious girl. The princess slowly reached out her hand and touched the light on the left door. She was so close to touching the light of freedom, just in front of her fingertips, so close. But that was all he could do. Her Royal Highness took a deep breath and suddenly chuckled. She muttered to herself, "I guess this counts as having once breathed in the air of freedom." After that, under the girl's surprised and complicated gaze, the princess resolutely turned to the right door. This time, she didn't deliberately speed up or slow down. It was just the same. Think carefully about the consequences of failure. The mysterious girl suddenly said, "It is possible that you will be turned into ashes. Isn't this the purpose of you, creating me and cultivating me?" The princess looked at the mysterious girl indifferently. "I'm just doing what you want, as the princess of the kingdom." The girl opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, her words turned into a mouthful of turbid air and slowly exhaled. Then she said, "I hope you can succeed." Her Royal Highness nodded and walked towards the door on the right expressionlessly. At this critical moment, a loud noise came from above. Then the ceiling quickly collapsed and a huge flying curtain rushed out from the collapsed hole. "How about adding another person to this game?" Mr. Otto's voice. When the stones fell to the side of the mysterious girl, they were automatically bounced by something. There seemed to be an invisible layer of protection around her body. She frowned and looked up the curtain. The curtains were even bigger than before. The reason for the curtains being bigger was probably to accommodate more people. Not only was there Otto, but there was also Ibn, the little maid Yelaine, Yamanlana, and the Red Genie. Even Pharaoh with an eagle head and human body, and Siegetu with a jackal head and human body were there. Suddenly, Mr. Otto lifted Pharaoh and Siegetu one by one, and then directly threw them down from the curtain to the side of the coffin. Seeing this, Yamanlana's eyes suddenly spat fire. She grabbed Mr. Otto's collar. But after all, she was brave and brave, but she was no match for Mr. Otto, the former king. She was caught and then thrown down from the curtain to the front of the two doors. At this time, because Mr. Ao Tua treated his highness so roughly, the little handmaiden was instantly enraged. Wearing the golden armor, she looked very threatening. Mr. Ao Tua shrugged and jumped down without thinking. He was not willing to compete with this little handmaiden in brute force. "Bastard!" The little girl suddenly shouted. He had worn Yalian's golden armor before, so he naturally knew how powerful this golden armor was. This thing could actually use a small part of the lamp god's divine power, but this little girl didn't know how to use it, so she could only use it to increase her strength. Yamanlana fell to the ground and rolled to the front of the princess. The two finally wanted to see each other, so they looked at each other. Yamanlana instantly stood up. Although she looked very embarrassed, the serious look on her face didn't reduce at all. The princess also looked at her. You didn't die. The princess glanced at Yamanlana. That shot of mine I didn't miss. Yamanlana sneered. This was a very strange feeling. She was facing herself, and not the other side of herself, but her own self. No matter if it was their memories, thoughts, or even personalities, they were all the same. Yamanlana said that if it was her, she would definitely shoot that shot. So she didn't hate the princess, and she wouldn't ask why, because she knew the reason. Then, here comes the question. Yamanlana took a deep breath. You and me, who is Claudia? What do you think? The princess shook her head. We are all Sia Jetu's toys. Claudia, Yamanlana, these two identities have been completely confused after so many swaps. Maybe only Sia Jetu himself knows. Maybe even he doesn't know it now. I feel that I am the one, and you feel the same, right? So, only one of us can exist. Yamanlana took a deep breath and looked at the princess who was standing in front of the right door, frowned and asked, What does the right door mean? The possibility of vessel. The princess didn't hide it. Left? Yamanlana asked directly. The princess still didn't hide it, Freedom. Your final choice is the right door. Yamanlana was silent for a moment and said, The princess said indifferently, You will be the same. Only one of us can go in. Almost at the same time, the princess and Yamanlana pulled out their pistols. Their movements, timing, even accuracy and postures were like a mirror in front of them. Duel. Two princesses. The little maid was completely confused by the scene in front of her. She shook her head and almost fainted, so she could only ask the red lamp god for help. The red lamp god was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He suddenly raised his hair and said, Bah! Double the happiness? No way! Anyway, they are both princesses. It doesn't matter who lives or dies. You want me to do 2 jobs for 1 wish? Dream on. Then I will make another wish. The little maid said with grievance. The red lamp god suddenly had a big headache. Then he had an idea and said, This is simple. The fake one will turn into sand. I will kill both of them, and the one who turns into sand will be the fake one. The little maid kicked the red lamp god fiercely and said angrily, The real one will also die. Idiot woman. Who am I? I can be resurrected even if I die. The red lamp god suddenly snorted, but secretly added in his heart, Only the one who died not long ago can be resurrected. This. The little maid couldn't help but hesitate. You better not have this idea. The mysterious girl suddenly said at this time, and then looked at the red lamp god with interest. Demon? Moreover, it's such a powerful spiritual monster. It's really rare. Hey, can you tell me who created you? Another woman. The red lamp god appeared this time, and the women he saw were more and more troublesome, so he was already annoyed. At this time he impatiently said, Shut up! The thing I hate most in my life is women. Just a demon. The mysterious girl slightly raised the corner of her mouth. Forget about the one just now. I can't do anything about it but you. A horrible aura suddenly descended in the tomb, and this aura was beyond the range of what mortals could sense. Most directly, Ibn and the little maid did not feel anything at all. Mr. Otto frowned, and he vaguely felt a sense of fear, but there was no fear on his face. However, the red genie was different. The moment the aura descended, it only had one thought in its mind, and that was to hide in its own magic lamp as soon as possible. The aura released by the mysterious girl frightened him, and at the same time, it also made him think of something extremely bad, the power of the rules hidden in the magic lamp, which restrained him. Divinity! You! The red lamp god could not help but scream, What the hell are you? Even the pharaoh of the kingdom who could deify into the image of Horus, and Siacharu who could deify into the image of Seth, only deified into the image of a god. They had a little supernatural power, but there was no sign of divinity. That was why the red lamp god was so disdainful and said that he would kill anyone who dared to cross the sea. But this mysterious girl was different. Me. The mysterious girl blinked at this time and said with a smile, "Can't you see that I am such a cute girl? Even though I am their mother now. I am not afraid of you. I am not afraid of you." The red lamp god continued to scream, "You only have divinity and your power is weak. I am not afraid of you. Don't come here." In an instant he floated behind the little maid, put his hands on the little maid's shoulders, and shrank his head half. The dignity of the lamp god was once again lost in front of everyone. Mr. Otto shook his head and was too lazy to respond. Although the red genie was very powerful, he knew that the genie was actually very easy to deal with. It had too many restrictions. In the words of modern people, the lamp god was actually a tool. Otto did not know who created the magic lamp, but he could not help but secretly guess that the person who created the magic lamp was just a convenient handyman. "Oh, lamp god, I want to drink water." "Yes, great master. As you wish." So he put his thoughts aside and asked the mysterious girl, "Why don't you distinguish between the two of them? In theory, only one vessel is needed. Since both of them are qualified vessels, the one who survives will naturally be better and the winner will be stronger." The mysterious girl glanced at Mr. Otto indifferently. She didn't seem to have done anything. With just a simple look, Mr. Otto was sent flying and smashed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You have some special energy in you." The mysterious girl frowned. "It's very weak, but it seems to have a lot of potential. But that's just potential. Wait until it's strong enough. Then you'll have the right to speak. For now, you stay here quietly." Mr. A.O. Tua slid down from the wall and stood up awkwardly, wiping the blood from his mouth. He stood silently at the side, but his eyes kept looking back and forth at the scene. He had to admit that the girl was right. The chi in his body was indeed very powerful, but it was only when the people who called themselves Xianyuan used it. What he could learn wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the sound of gunshots rang out one after another. Ignoring the collision between the girl and the lamp god, and even Otto, Her Royal Highness, and Yamanlana in front of the door still wanted to kill each other. But they had the same memory, the same skills, and the same way of thinking. They could easily think of each other's every action and thought. They could dodge the direction of each other's shooting in advance. Their attack and defense seemed to have been rehearsed countless times. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Finally, when the bullets were used up, they threw away the pistols in their hands at the same time and changed to a bare-handed duel. But at this moment, Yamanlana's fist collided with Her Royal Highness' fist, and Her Royal Highness' fist was directly pressed down. In terms of strength, or in terms of physical strength, Yamanlana instantly gained the upper hand. It was just a moment, and it was a mistake of Her Royal Highness. The lack of physical strength caused her to be completely knocked to the ground by Yamanlana because of this mistake, and her throat was grabbed by Yamanlana. Her Royal Highness was furious, tightly grasping Yamanlana's hands, and her face showed a painful expression. "Now it's time to separate." Yamanlana looked down at her and said softly. Her Royal Highness' pupil suddenly shrank. At this moment, Yamanlana directly pulled Her Royal Highness up with great strength, and then threw Her Royal Highness to the left door. Her Royal Highness was thrown into the left door. At the same time, Yamanlana looked back at the people in the tomb, and then jumped back into the right door. The mysterious girl probably didn't expect this result. She frowned and didn't know what to think. At this moment, Mr. Otto leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, covering his chest. He was seriously injured. At this moment, he muttered mockingly, "If it was Claudia, of course she couldn't defeat the real princess who had experienced hundreds of battles, so she would definitely shoot. If it was the princess, of course she would kill the danger at the beginning. This shot no matter what." The girl suddenly looked at Mr. Otto. Aotua happened to raise his head and meet her eyes. He smiled and said, "So the two of them are real, right? They aren't split faces or something like that. Sometimes it's not good to be too smart." The mysterious girl slowly sighed, but her hair couldn't automatically float up. Her body also floated up. Chapter 1565. The result of the choice was unknown. Yamanlana and the princess entered the door at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. There was no change, and everything returned to normal. But at this time the mysterious girl showed an aura that made the red genie shrink its head even more. But this aura was not directed at the red genie, but at Otto. Otto bore the brunt of the horror that made his heart feel like it was going to explode at any time. His body seemed to be squeezed by something and lifted up, and at the same time his blood vessels began to swell, which was a strange phenomenon caused by the blood flowing at a very fast speed in his body. He even felt suffocated, and his legs were off the ground. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of this immortal king. He might die in this place, and obviously he would not be reconciled, so he desperately urged the little chi in his body to make his throat enough to make a sound. He said hurriedly and quickly, "Genie, I know the whereabouts of that person." That person. Who was it? Among the people present, not many knew. The little handmaiden did not know, Ibn did not know, and the mysterious girl naturally did not know. This was the secret in the heart of the red genie, and one of the sources of its pain. That person. Of course, it knew who Otto was talking about. For so many years, it had only told Otto about itself. As for Boss Luo, what a joke! That kind of guy, the red genie naturally would not put him in the category of ordinary people. Have you ever seen an ordinary person who could surpass the power of the genie? This person you are not allowed to touch. The red genie changed. It was no longer the powerless figure that hid behind the little handmaiden, but became tall, ferocious, and crazy. "Even if you are really a god, my power is as vast as the sea." The overwhelming power gushed out and pulled Mr. Otto, who was about to die, back from the brink of death, and even broke free from the restraint of the mysterious girl at this time. The mysterious girl stepped back slightly, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. After all, she was just an individual copied from the body in the coffin, and not the real goddess. She had a shred of divinity as a god, but she clearly did not have substantial divine power. After all, she had existed for too short a time, and the resources in Sun City were not enough for her divine power to be improved well. That was why she did not gain any advantage in a contest of pure power. The mysterious girl was helpless. Her situation was like that. She was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. If the divinity could not suppress this monster, then it would be very troublesome. She needed to wait for Yamalana to come out from the door, no matter which door it was, so she could not be forced to leave at this time. But at that moment, the enraged red genie suddenly hugged its head and screamed in pain. "You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. You can't. I have fulfilled at least 500 wishes. You can't, you can't." It was furious, it screamed, and it even seemed to be pleading. Of course. Chains came out from the genie, hanging on the little maid's waist, tied it up, and dragged it back, little by little. What Aotua said was not wrong. The genie of the genie in the magic lamp was indeed just a tool. The genie seemed to be powerful, but there was no way it could take the initiative to attack without the consent of the summoner. Attacking was tantamount to violating the internal rules of the genie, and it would be punished. It could be a more terrible burning flame, or it could be another punishment. Aotua did not know what punishment was waiting for the genie because it had never mentioned too much about it. It had always been afraid of the punishment in the magic lamp, and had even been enduring part of the punishment. Because of this, the red genie looked so abnormal. Anyone who could be trapped in the magic lamp for thousands of years or even longer, and then be burned by the fire would not be in good spirits. "You can't." The red genie's body had been partially sucked into the genie, but it was still struggling, holding on tightly to the floor, and its fingers drew deep marks on the ground. Seeing this, The mysterious girl could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Whether fate was fair or not, fate seemed to be on her side at this moment. Genie of the lamp, please deal with this woman. I wish. At this moment, fate seemed to have played a joke on everyone once again. A weak and sobbing voice abruptly rang out, becoming a variable that no one had expected. The little maid, Elaine, who was now qualified to summon the genie, was a little maid in the palace of the City of the Sun. In an instant, the light on the surface of the magic lamp swirled, and the chains that trapped the red genie disappeared in an instant. "Stupid woman," I said, "without my permission, you can't make a second wish." The red genie who was freed glared at the little maid fiercely. Elaine's eyes turned red, and she almost burst into tears. She said sadly, But, Genie, you look like you are in pain. I will give you 500 wishes. The last wish, no matter what, you must keep it for me. Now, shut up, step back, and raise your spear." The red genie snorted and stood up step by step. How ironic. I am trapped because of a woman, and now, because of another woman, my opponent is also a woman. Facing the red genie, who suddenly became aggressive, the mysterious girl could not help but frown. But after all, she had divinity. Even if she was not as strong as the red genie, she was not completely afraid. At most, she was just worried about this variable. She shook her head and said, "Are you really going to declare war on a god? Don't tell me you are just a god with divinity." The red genie spread out its hands at this time. Unlike how it always expanded its body to show its dignity, this time the red genie's body became thin and weak. "As long as it is a wish acknowledged by the genie, even if you are a god, I will kill you." As soon as the red genie finished speaking, a gust of wind spread out from the red genie, and the strong wind instantly blew Mr. Otto into the wall again. He knew that the red genie did this on purpose. It had always been this stingy. The wind stopped. A barefoot young man in red armor with long black hair walked out of the wind. There was no doubt that this was the red genie's other appearance. It wasn't that sinister, demon-like appearance. Instead, it was a delicate and handsome face that could be described as a peerless beauty. The little maid, Yalin, couldn't help but blush upon seeing it. This was the first time she had discovered that a man could actually be so good-looking. Unlike the little handmaiden, who could not resist the beauty of the red genie, the mysterious girl was not affected at all. She looked at the red genie calmly and said, "So, are you going to kill a god?" A wish is a wish. The red genie, or rather, the man in red armor waved his hand, and a dark red energy suddenly appeared in his palm. It then elongated and became a spear emitting a red light. "You..." The mysterious girl shook her head. "I was going to say that, but if I say that, it will make me sound like a villain. My predecessor was a goddess of justice. I don't care." The genie snorted. "In my life, I like to beat up women the most." After that, the genie raised the red spear in his hand and stabbed it at the mysterious girl. The target was the girl's heart. I am so innocent. The mysterious girl did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only dodge the genie's attack. After all, she was not as strong as the genie in terms of body and strength. She could only dodge. After all, this body was still immortal. However, the red genie who had received the wish did not have any scruples under the rule of the magic lamp. He attacked fiercely. With just one attack, the entire tomb shook. "You bastard! What did you do in someone's tomb? Haven't you heard of the saying, 'The dead are respected'?" The mysterious girl was furious. "Genie, hit her! Hit her!" The little handmaiden held the golden spear in her hand tightly. She did not intend to use it. She was just nervous, or maybe she was a little excited. Children should not make a fuss here. The mysterious girl stared at the little handmaiden, Elaine, fiercely. The little handmaiden immediately shrank back. At this time, the red genie suddenly moved and stood between the little handmaiden, Elaine, and the mysterious girl. He snorted. Although this woman is stupid, only I can scold her. The little handmaiden was touched at first. Then she shed tears. She still looked wronged. The genie did not care about this. He attacked again. The mysterious girl's divinity could not pressure the genie, who was supported by the rule of the magic lamp. At this time, it seemed that she could only be chased and beaten. Mr. Ao-Tua got a chance to rest. His immortal body from the genie came into effect. Although his injuries were not healed immediately, he recovered a lot. At least he could move. Mr. Ao-Tua dragged his body to Siejetu. Earlier, the deified Siejetu was beaten up by the genie and was almost dead. At this time he was still dying. Have you ever thought that a god would be chased and beaten one day? Mr. Ao-Tua covered his wounds and sat down in front of Sieje. He was waiting for someone to come out of the door. At the same time, he was also waiting. He kept looking at the door on the right. This was the door that Yamalana had entered. It was the door that Yamalana had entered. It was the door that she had almost been shot to death in the last secret room. Gods are just humans who died a little earlier. Siejetu said weakly, "The one in the coffin is the best proof. Gods can die, so it is not strange that they are chased and beaten." "I saw the servers you hid in the statue," Mr. Ao-Tua suddenly said in a low voice. Siejetu said indifferently, "So what?" "That is just one of the servers. There are many backups in Sun City. They are all connected. Even if you destroy the one in the statue, it does not matter. I have collected enough data." "I changed my mind." Mr. Ao-Tua suddenly smiled and said, "You said that your invitation is still valid." "I did not." Siejetu replied coldly. He really did not say such a thing. Logically speaking, he should have said such a thing to make himself look decent. But he really did not say it. Mr. Ao-Tua could not blackmail him. "You don't want the whole plan to fail, do you?" Mr. Ao-Tua ignored him and stared at Siejetu's eyes. "You have come this far. If you fail, everything you have done before will be in vain. What do you want to say?" Siejetu was silent for a moment. "I know that Pharaoh is also you, just like the girl who is being chased by the genie. They are all cultivated by you." Mr. Ao-Tua's voice was lower. Siejetu was silent. Mr. Ao-Tua continued, "You even dare to become like this yourself. It proves that you are in the last fight. I know you who was my companion in the desert. I know you. You will not do such an impulsive thing unless you have a reason to gamble. Do you still have some tricks up your sleeve? Don't say no. Libra was discovered by you. Sun City was built by you. Logically speaking, you can't be unprepared." "Ha ha ha." Siejetu laughed softly. "What are you laughing at?" This laughter made Mr. Ao-Tua faintly feel uneasy. Some things did not seem to be as he thought. He suddenly felt a little irritable. Laughing that you are the smartest person I have ever seen, the craziest person, cough cough." Siejetu was still laughing softly. Mr. Ao-Tua was expressionless, but he grabbed Siejetu's neck with one hand. "I will ask again, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing." "What?" "There is no backup," Siejetu said faintly at this time. "Even if there is, you have already seen it." "What do you mean?" Mr. Ao-Tua could not help but frown. At the same time, he quickly recalled the whole thing. He had already seen it? What was it? Had he forgotten? Siejetu suddenly said, "You have seen the process of how Pharaoh deified and mutated. You have already seen it, haven't you?" Mr. Ao-Tua was stunned. He had indeed seen it, the whole process. In his own bedroom, after Pharaoh dug out his left eye, he began to mutate deify. As for the left eye, after Pharaoh dug it out, it mysteriously disappeared. Mr. Ao-Tua did not know how it disappeared. At least the recording at that time did not record it, but there seemed to be someone who was there beside Pharaoh at that time. Could it be that you also... Mr. Ao-Tua suddenly thought of a possibility. If Pharaoh was deified because he dug out and handed over his left eye, Then could it be that Siegetu was also deified because he handed over at this time Mr. Aotua could not help but look down suspiciously. Seth dug out Horus' left eye, and Horus dug out Seth's. That place won't do. At this time, the mysterious girl suddenly said with a voice full of anger. Then there seemed to be the sound of something breaking. A corner of the tomb, which had been destroyed by the genie, was like a ruin, and in this ruin there was a metal door that was different from stone. Obviously, the door was hidden in the stone wall, but because the wall was completely destroyed, it was exposed. The genie obviously did not care about the girl's warning. At this time, he sneered and directly blew the metal door into pieces with a punch. Chapter 1566. Many, many Yamanas. What does many mean? It was as if a box of life-sized wooden puppets had suddenly been poured out of the container. There were dried bones, broken limbs, rolling heads, rotting bodies, dried corpses. There were also some that seemed to have died not long ago. God knows how long they have been dead. Naturally, it was impossible to tell what the skeletons looked like. However, among this large pile of skeletons, there were dozens of heads that looked like Yamalana. It was enough to make people think that everything here was Yamalana. How many are there? Mr. Otto was shocked when he saw this scene. There were few things that could surprise him. This metal room that was destroyed by the genie seemed to be one of them. Your Highness, this. The little maid was completely in a state of absent-mindedness. At the same time, she felt a creepy feeling. The genie stopped at this time and frowned slightly. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that something seemed to have passed by him, and it brought a kind of familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember it. It was as if something had approached the pile of corpses. Everyone's attention was attracted by the exposed corpses. The mysterious girl's expression suddenly turned cold. She lowered her head slightly, and her hair blocked her line of sight. However, an even more dangerous feeling was emitted from her body. The genie could feel it, and his whole body suddenly became tense. No one paid attention to Ivan as a mortal. His sense of existence was probably the weakest among the crowd. Not because they couldn't see Ivan's existence, but because Ivan was too ordinary and harmless to the people present. He couldn't affect anything, so no one paid attention to him. Since no one cared about this mortal, Ivan's next move didn't attract anyone's attention. Their eyes were still fixed on the exposed corpses of Yamanlana. It's too familiar, too familiar. Ivan thought silently in his heart. That kind of gaze of being ignored is too familiar. He was just an ordinary person, a person who couldn't affect anything, a guy who wouldn't be valued. Ivan had been used to this kind of gaze since a long time ago. Because he was used to it, he was sensitive, as if he had superhuman intuition. Ivan reached out and fished something out of the coffin. Because no one was paying attention to him, no one knew what he had scooped out of the coffin, or rather, what he had scooped out of the goddess corpse. Perhaps the mysterious girl will know when she carefully examines the goddess body in the coffin. No wonder you didn't need me to kill the princess to determine who is the real one. Now it seems that they are both real people. Lamp God sighed softly. It was not really reckless, but most of the time it was too lazy to use its brain. Magic could help it solve many things that required it to use its brain. Gradually it became not fond of thinking. But that did not mean that it did not know how to think. Before it became the lamp god, it was once a prince of a country and the pride of the kingdom. It was no different from Princess Yamalana in the hearts of the people of the City of the Sun. The mysterious girl did not speak. She did not raise her head, but the dangerous aura that she brought to Jeannie was getting stronger and stronger. Jeannie said slowly, "I don't know about your so-called method of creating a vessel. I've never even heard of it. But now it seemed that a body made of sand couldn't become a vessel, right? Are these all the dead vessels? How many times have you experimented?" Definitely more than once. Otto had always thought that this was the last choice. Whether it failed or not depended on luck and fate. Now it seemed that this was not the case. This result might have happened many times. Many, Yamalana, eventually came here and walked into the door, but they failed. That was why the mysterious girl said that the door on the right was just a possibility. Just count and you'll know. Stupid. The mysterious girl suddenly raised her head and revealed a faint smile. Genie turned back and glanced at the corpses. Of course, he would not count them carefully. This action was a trick to make the girl relax her guard. The moment he turned back, Genie attacked again, but the mysterious girl seemed to have expected it. The girl easily dodged. She was not as embarrassed as before. It was easy. You. Genie couldn't help but feel that something seemed to be wrong. The girl smiled and said, "After all, I used to be the goddess of justice. The goddess of justice, of course, I will fight against evil. Isn't it normal that my skills will become better?" Genie's answer was, "Believe it or not." He felt that the mysterious girl's power suddenly increased. It was not the increase of the horrifying aura, but the increase of her strength just now. The mysterious girl smiled and said, "It seems that after so many experiments, there is finally a successful one." After that, the mysterious girl looked at the two doors. She saw that in the light of the door on the right, a figure gradually appeared. His breath suddenly stopped. The one who entered the door on the right was Yamalana, and the princess was thrown into the door on the left by Yamalana. Time passed by slowly. When Yamalana appeared in front of everyone, Otto suddenly felt that the dust had settled. But this feeling quickly disappeared, and it was replaced by a deep suspicion. He was a very suspicious person. Yamalana walked out from the door on the right, and there was even a strange dark red mark on her forehead. Before she entered, she didn't have it. This might be the mark of becoming a vessel. Maybe. At least in the pair of corpses, the faces that could be vaguely seen didn't have this mark. It was the mark of a feather, an ostrich's feather, a pair of open feathers, like the mark of a wing. The feather of an ostrich was generally regarded as the mark of the goddess of justice and truth, Matt. In ancient Egyptian mythology, the feather of Maat was the weight on the scale, which was used to weigh the heart of the dead. Success! The mysterious girl made a happy sound at this time, and her smile was also bright. So many years of waiting! Genie suddenly felt that something was wrong. The great danger that it felt before entering the oasis came again. But this time, it needed to fulfill the little maid's wish. Under the coercion of the magic lamp, it couldn't say anything like leaving quickly. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Yalin saw Yamalana at this time, and she didn't care so much. She directly walked forward. She didn't know which one was the real one, and she didn't know why there were so many corpses. But the one in front of her was alive. It was fine as long as it was Her Highness. "Your Highness, you're fine." "Great." The little maid rushed to Yamalana and was about to reach out and hug her. "You scared me." "Be careful." Genie suddenly screamed at this time, and at the same time he turned into a red whirlwind, rolling up. Yalin didn't react immediately, and she only felt a huge force suddenly pushed her away. The golden armor that was given by Genie didn't seem to be able to resist it. Her mind was blank when she was flying backward, until something hugged her tightly from behind. It was Genie. After landing safely, the little maid's face was faintly pale, and she asked in horror, "Your Highness?" "I'm Yalin." "Your Highness?" Yamalana obviously could hear it, and she looked at the little maid. Yalin had never seen this kind of look from Her Highness since she was a child. It was so strange that she was scared. At this time, Yamalana slowly stretched out her hand and grabbed something toward Genie. Genie's huge magical power was immediately restrained, and at the same time it was directly suppressed by a huge invisible force. Genie couldn't help but be shocked. It was divine power with a strong divinity. Compared with it, the divinity of the mysterious girl was just like the light of a firefly. Genie was shocked, and he vaguely felt the fear of death. His intuition told him that even he would die outside the magic lamp. Yamalana, who became a vessel, was a special individual that was beyond his understanding. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Your Highness. At this time, the mysterious girl walked past Yalin and said with a smile, Don't shout any more. She is no longer the Princess Yamalani, you know. Her soul has been completed, and it perfectly accommodates its soul. Mr. Otto took a deep breath. He knew this. Sia Jiru told him that this was the remnant soul in the scales of good and evil. Because it was broken, it needed to be repaired easily. Vessel could not repair it. It is the goddess of justice. Mr. Otto frowned. No, the goddess of justice is sealed in the sarcophagus. According to what you said, the goddess of justice was plotted by her sister, the goddess of truth. I don't believe that the goddess of truth would keep her soul. You are the clone of the goddess of justice, and you inherited part of the memory of the goddess of justice. Who is it? Guess. The mysterious girl smiled at this time, and her body suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind Mr. Otto, sticking her head out from the back of his head. Hint. Only the goddess of justice knows about the goddess of justice. Mr. Otto subconsciously slashed with his black knife, but the mysterious girl became lighter than a speck of dust. When the black knife slashed, the flowing air had already pushed her away, or she floated away by herself. This time, the mysterious girl's body disappeared again. When she appeared again, she was already beside Yamanlana. She stretched out her hand from behind and gently hugged Yamanlana, reaching out her hand and stroking her cheek. Only the goddess of justice knows about the goddess of justice. Mr. Otto took a deep breath and frowned. You are the goddess of truth? The corpse of the goddess of truth is in the sarcophagus? The mysterious girl shook her head and then smiled. Wrong answer. As a punishment, I will take off one of your eyes. The mysterious girl slightly crooked her finger, and Mr. Otto suddenly groaned. The little maid Yaman hurriedly looked over, only to see Mr. Otto covering his right eye. His face was bleeding profusely. At the same time, an eyeball appeared in the mysterious girl's palm. She squeezed it, and it exploded without any hesitation. You are really a guy who has been through a lot. You can actually remain calm. The mysterious girl praised. I have seen the information of Sia Jitu's interrogation of you. You are more suitable to be a king than Pharaoh. In the new world, you will be a king. But Mr. Otto just muttered to himself, Not the goddess of truth, not the goddess of justice. Who is it? He seemed to be in a dead end, and he didn't care about losing his right eye at all. He didn't even care about the blood gushing out. It is the will of Tian Cheng. A sigh sounded faintly. That was Sia Jitu's voice, the voice of the deified Sia Jitu with a jackal head and a human body. He slowly stood up, and he looked so weak that he would fall down again at any time. But he still stood up despite being so weak. Tian Cheng. Mr. Otto suddenly looked over. At this time, Sia Jitu was just looking at Yamanlana and the mysterious girl on the stairs, the will of Tian Cheng. A long time ago, Tian Cheng belonged to the goddess of justice and truth, Matt. At that time, when the goddess of justice and truth were still separated, they shared. Tian Cheng will naturally know about the two goddesses. Tian Cheng, Tian Cheng, Tian Cheng. Mr. Otto suddenly seemed to have figured something out. I see. I understand now. I understand what you want. Oh, the mysterious girl. The will of Tian Cheng looked at this immortal king with interest, as if she wanted to know what he understood. Mr. Otto put down his hand that was covering the wound on his right eye. His right eye really disappeared, but the wound on his right eye had stopped bleeding. Mr. Otto's face was very pale at this time. What you want is freedom to control yourself. Yamanlana is a vessel that perfectly contains the remnant soul of the goddess, and at the same time, she is your tool. The will of Tian Cheng suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, That's right. How did you guess it? Mr. A.O. Tuog glanced at Jeannie, who was not far away, and then said calmly, because a long, long time ago I knew an idiot who wanted to obtain the power of the artifact, but was imprisoned by it. Otto, who are you calling an idiot? The lamp god roared angrily at this time. His hair was messy, and his face was ferocious again. Yalin opened her mouth, and suddenly felt that the lamp god was not handsome any more. In the deepest part of the room, filled with skeletons, a corpse that was more than half shriveled was quietly leaning against the wall in a sitting position. There were many bones on top of the corpses. Only you are left. It was the voice of Boss Luo. Chapter 1567. The eyes on the corpse's face had disappeared, leaving only 2 dark holes. Boss Luo stretched out his hand and gently swiped his palm to the left. The pile of corpses on the corpse was gently moved to the side by an invisible force. Then he continued to swipe his palm to the right, and so did the corpses on the other side. After these corpses were separated, they were not piled up randomly. They even began to sort themselves little by little, or each of them found their own parts. As a result, the corpses hidden in this secret room began to reorganize into their original form. Of course, they were still corpses, but they were no longer scattered. Even though the bones were still bones, the dried corpses were still dried corpses. They stood in 2 rows, and there was strength to support their corpses so that they would not fall. A faint light began to spread in this secret room. Gradually, a grayish-white fog began to appear, but it was only a trace, very faint, very faint. These were the failed vessels in the past, and they were buried in the end or abandoned in this place. Boss Luo could easily feel the resentment emitted from these corpses, but most of them were just pure resentment. They did not even have the slightest consciousness. Only the corpse in front of him, who sat down and leaned against the wall, buried among the corpses, still had some remnant resentment. But other than resentment, there was something else. It was like a flame that was about to be extinguished in the wind and snow. But someone, perhaps it was herself, was using her body and hands to carefully protect this tiny flame in the wind and snow. It might be extinguished soon. If Boss Luo did not come here, perhaps it would not take long, half a day, a few hours, or even the next second. Just like this, Boss Luo squatted in front of the corpse that still had some remnants, and looked at it, her empty eye socket. This was given to you by your father. It gave you thoughts and beliefs. As he spoke, the boss opened his palm, and a golden eyeball floated out from his palm. Horus's left eye. This was something that Pharaoh dug out personally. The golden eyeball flew out from Boss Luo's palm. It immediately flew into the corpse's left eye socket. The golden eyeball embedded itself in her left eye socket and quickly fused with her body. In the next moment, Boss Luo stretched out his other hand and opened it. A sphere bathed in golden light appeared. After that, the sphere bathed in golden light slowly flew to the corpse's abdomen and entered it. This was also given to you by your father. It gave you life and strength. After he finished speaking, the half-dried corpse that was buried here slowly floated up. Her body began to swell little by little. Her withered body was like earth that had received the nourishment of clear water. His blood vessels began to throb, and so did his chest. That was the rhythm of life. The mist in the secret room was being absorbed by her bit by bit, along with her breathing. Finally, her body returned to the appearance of an adult. It was the appearance of Yamanlana that Luocha was familiar with, or perhaps Claudia. She probably used these 2 identities in the past, or maybe she had other identities. She opened her eyes. The remnant of the resentment and the memory of Pharaoh in Horus's left eye easily merged perfectly with Boss Luo's ability. It doesn't matter if you don't know who I am. Boss Luo said softly at this time, you are now reborn to fulfill Pharaoh's wish. Of course, the high priest also has a part in it. You are their common daughter. All their love and expectations have been given to you. Father, go. Boss Luo said softly, Your Highness. The mysterious girl. Tiancheng's was not interested in investigating whether the idiot that Otto mentioned was the red genie of lamp. She was actually not very interested in the genie of lamp. Maybe the genie of lamp could be, after all, it should be considered as a divine artifact. The deified Siejiru was on the verge of collapsing, but on the other side, the deified pharaoh of the kingdom slowly got up. The dying pharaoh still looked terrible at this time, but he did not seem to be very close to death. He suddenly flapped the flesh wings behind his back and landed beside Sieje. When the two of them stood together, they couldn't help but have a strange feeling. The images they had deified were old enemies in the past, hostile gods who had a life-and-death feud with each other. Tiancheng's will could not help but blink curiously and open her mouth in surprise. "Hey, you are awake!" Pharaoh and Siejita looked at each other. Pharaoh did not speak, but Siejitu slowly said, "No, we have not been awake." "Huh." Siejita sighed and said, "It is because we have not been awake that we have been for an illusory wish. We have been moving forward until now." "You have been acting all along?" Tiancheng's will frowned and asked curiously, "When?" "When Yamanlana's mother died." Siejitu took a deep breath and said, "We have created many Yamanlana, but only this generation of Yamanlana was cultivated through conception. Pharaoh loved Yamanlana's mother deeply, and some changes beyond the data collected over the years began from the death of Yamanlana's mother." Tiancheng's will was silent, and no one knew what it was thinking. At this time, Siejitu said in a deep voice, "Perhaps without the death of Yamanlana's mother, I would still be indulging in everything you have created. I would still be the Siejitu who thought that I was possessed by the evil thoughts left by Seth and induced the desire in my heart." Tiancheng's will sneered, "Everything about you is under my surveillance. Since you have woken up, you can't hide from me." "Is that so?" Siejitu shook his head. "Yes, in Sun City there is a surveillance system that I have set up. I can see everything that happens here, and so can you. If I am the eyes behind Sun City, then you are the eyes behind me. But there is a place that you will never be able to see, as long as you are always in Sun City." Outside, Tiancheng's will thought of something and then realized, "You." Siejitu glanced at Pharaoh beside him and said indifferently, "Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's him. Sometimes it's Claudia, sometimes it's Yamanlana. They are all our daughters, and we are all their fathers. Everything that happens on the outside that you can't see creates the perfect vessel. Isn't the result the same?" Tiancheng's will smiled slightly. "Thank you. It seems that I should have woken you up earlier. This way, I wouldn't have failed so many times. It seems that I am still too conservative. The result won't be the same." The one who said this was not Siejitu, but the pharaoh of the kingdom. At this time, the wings behind him spread out, and his eyes flashed with anger, because you will disappear and Yamanlana will perfectly control the power of Tiancheng. She will not be controlled by anyone, even you, the original will of Tiancheng. With just the two of you? Tiancheng's will seem to have heard a funny joke at this time. Two things whose source of power has been dug out are not human and are not monsters anymore? How stupid! Do you really think that you can live and have power after being deified? I have to tell you a very sad fact. The guy you asked for help and the thing behind him, I am afraid that he is the most black-hearted existence since the beginning of the world. The source of power of Horus user, Seth, should be the thing that you handed over. The funny thing is, you actually gave away your real power in exchange for this so-called deification. Tiancheng's will shook his head. You are putting the cart before the horse. How can you deal with me? After that, Tiancheng's will waved his hand and the void lit up. A scale that was shining with golden light slowly appeared in front of everyone at this time. Yamanlana, who was held by Tiancheng's will, slowly stretched out her hands and took the good and evil scale into her hands. At this time, Tiancheng's will whispered in Yamanlana's ear, "My master, do you see the evil in this world? Your justice is being blasphemed by the mortals. Judge, use me to judge these ignorant and ugly people who are controlled by their desires." Yamanlana instantly raised the scale in her hand, and a golden light shot out, instantly piercing through the ground. Then, the whole underground river began to boil. Yamanlana held the scale in her hand and directly flew out of the hole that pierced through the ground. Seeing this, SBHYNX Cat and Sia Jedu did not hesitate at all. They both roared and followed up. After that, the tomb began to collapse and large pieces of stone fell down. Seeing this, the red lamp god quickly blew out a breath, and the curtain that turned into rags after it fell to the ground flew up again, and immediately rolled up the panicked maid Yalin. Seeing this, Mr. Otto and Ibn directly reached out and grabbed the tail of the curtain, not letting go no matter what. "Otto, you bastard, get down!" Seeing this, Genie raised his foot to kick Mr. Otto. However, when he remembered that Mr. Otto knew the whereabouts of that person, he had no choice but to stop. He could not kick Mr. Otto, nor could he not kick him. It did not know when it started to be easily played by this bastard Otto. At the beginning, this guy was a very innocent young man, right? "Your Highness!" While the lamp god was having a stomachache, the little maid Yalin suddenly jumped down from the curtain and ran to the light door on the left. Seeing this, the lamp god cursed in his heart and had to control the curtain to follow her. The little maid who was wearing the golden armor could not use the power of the golden armor, but her physical strength was greatly increased, and in the blink of an eye, she had already rushed to the light door on the left. Unexpectedly, when she just arrived at the light door on the left, the light on the light door on the left disappeared. Yalin poked her head in without thinking, only to see a small stone chamber behind the light door on the left. It was a small space with a length and width of less than 2 meters. There was nothing here, and the princess who was thrown in by Yamarana was now unconscious on the ground. Yalin did not care about this. She reached out and pulled the princess out, jumping onto the curtain. Seeing that this place was about to collapse, the lamp god commanded the curtain and hurriedly got out of the hole that was pierced by the golden light. The cave collapsed, but before it collapsed, a figure suddenly flew out of the secret chamber filled with corpses. Soon, this figure also left through the hole. In the end, a huge stone fell and completely buried this tomb chamber. Before it was buried, the sarcophagus in the tomb chamber disappeared after a flash of light. The flying curtain took everyone out of the dark underground space and returned to the square where the miniature temple was located. The lamp god did not go to Otto anymore, because the little maid who was annoyed turned around and glared at him, scolding him. The lamp god did not say anything. This once again proved how afraid this insufferably arrogant genie was of women. God knows what kind of psychological trauma this genie had experienced from the previous genie, who was also his teacher's lover. "Your Highness, Your Highness? Wake up, Your Highness." The princess who was rescued from the light door on the left was the princess. At this moment, under the shaking of the little maid, her eyes moved slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. The princess who opened her eyes had a trace of confusion in them. Seeing this, Mr. Otto stepped forward. "Who are you now?" "Claudia, Yamarana." The will of Libra said that if she chose the light door on the left, she would be free. Siechitu also told her to choose the light door on the left. At this time, the princess's eyes brightened a little, but she shook her head and said nothing. She just got out of Yalin's arms, stood up, and looked forward. What happened? As you can see, Mr. Otto still stared at the princess at this time. The high priest, who has always been the villain, and the pharaoh of the kingdom have planned a drastic plan. Now, they are fighting with the will of Libra, who has revealed its true face, hoping to destroy the will of Libra. In addition, the girl who was transformed by the will of Libra is your mother, you know. My mother is not her. The princess glanced at Mr. Otto indifferently and then looked at the little maid. After a moment of silence, she said, "Yalin, this is my first request. My father and adoptive father are on the light door. Can you help me save them?" "Your Highness, it's my pleasure." The little maid quickly wiped the tears in her eyes and nodded heavily. At this time, the lamp god couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what was wrong with this summoner's head, but in fact he knew that if it wasn't this kind of person who only cared about others, he wouldn't be able to get the response from the magic lamp. This was the first time the red genie of the 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 genie. Bah! What the hell? Mr. Lamp God, don't be in a daze. If I die, I die. The lamp god shouted a few words and forced himself to rush forward. At this time, it didn't only have to face Yamarana, who was holding the golden scale, and the girl who was transformed by the will of Libra, but it also had to face the statue of the goddess that was activated by the power of the Libra. That's right, the huge statue of the goddess that was exposed after the outer wall fell off was now alive. Chapter 1568. Yamanana's lower body was completely embedded in the head of the goddess statue, and her hands were still holding the scales of good and evil. The will of Libra sat on the shoulder of the goddess statue and looked around leisurely. The deified Siegedu, the deified pharaoh, and the unwilling genie were all staring at each other. No one made the first move. The deified Siegedu and the deified pharaoh looked at each other and nodded. Siegedu looked at the genie and said in a deep voice, Libra belongs to the goddess, and the goddess soul controls everything in Libra. But for some reason, the goddess is only a remnant soul and has no active consciousness. But even so, the goddess is still the master of Libra. The will of Libra can't resist the will of the goddess. So the will of Libra came up with this idea. Since it can't get rid of the control of the goddess, then it can control the goddess. Do you understand? The genie's eyes were sometimes serious and sometimes bright, and then he said seriously, I don't understand. Jatu was silent for a moment. Our enemy is not Yamanana, nor the goddess statue, but the will of Libra. Destroy her current body. Over the years, it has tasted the feeling of having a body, and it has completely merged with this body. So killing her is equivalent to beating the will of Libra back to its original form. Tell me earlier. I understand. The genie nodded, and the fire on his body suddenly turned into a raging flame and rushed toward the will of Libra. Unexpectedly, the goddess statue raised her hand, and such a huge statue had a very agile reaction, and it slapped the flame that the genie turned into. The deified pharaoh shook his head at this time. Let's rely on ourselves. Jetu didn't say anything, and after nodding, he and the deified pharaoh moved together, and each of them rushed toward the goddess statue in two different directions. The will of Libra seemed to be sitting casually on the shoulder of the goddess statue, but this goddess statue was created by Jetu under the influence of the will of Libra over the past few hundred years. He used a technique that even he couldn't describe. It seemed to be a kind of pottery technique from the ancient Egyptian civilization. Using Yamlana, who is now a vessel, as a medium, he connected the power of the scales of good and evil with the statue of the goddess and made the statue come to life. At this time, the goddess statue's hands kept waving. The hair behind the statue's head was like a giant mud snake. Sometimes it turned into a big net, and sometimes it turned into hundreds of tentacles to attack. The deified Siegetu and the pharaoh of the kingdom couldn't get close at all. After a few rounds, just like Genie, Siegetu, and SBHYNX cat were swept to the ground, they were already severely injured, and after they fell to the ground and vomited blood, they could not get up. The genie, on the other hand, had a strong body. He recovered in an instant after being slammed into the ground. However, the hair of the goddess statue turned into spears and shot out, nailing the genie's body to the square in an instant. This is divine power. If it was just a normal spear, it wouldn't have hurt it at all. However, these spears were all covered in divine power, and it caused the genie to twitch in pain. If it wasn't for its dignity, it would have screamed, "It hurts!" SBHYNX cat and Siegedu were powerless, and they struggled to stand up. The will of Libra looked down at them and said with a smile, "Sometimes it is better to not be awake. How do you know that I won't fulfill your wish?" Most of the power of Libra comes from the judgment of humans. The more humans it judges, the more powerful it will be. You want a world without sorrow, and Libra needs to judge humans to increase its power. There is no conflict between these two. Sia Jetu. Sia Jetu. Since you found Libra in the oasis, I have been with you for more than 600 years. Don't you have any feelings for me? I will be very sad if you do. Sia Jetu frowned. The will of Libra looked at the deified pharaoh and said softly, "Look at me, I am your wife. King Yamlana is our child. Have you forgotten your feelings for me?" The pharaoh of the kingdom sneered. 10 years ago, I killed the person I loved the most. If you love me, just like 10 years ago, stand in front of me and let me kill you. What a cold-hearted person. The will of Libra sighed sadly and then stood up, stubborn. Since this is the case, you will also accept the judgment of Libra. In your dreams, you will witness the world that you have been waiting for. This is the only thing that I can give you. As it said that the will of Libra waved its hand, and the eyes of the goddess statue suddenly lit up. 2 rays of light instantly shot towards Sphnx cat and Siegetu. They could not avoid it, but at the last moment a figure flashed and came to the side of Sphnx cat and Siegetu, taking them away. The 2 rays of light did not hit them. The will of Libra frowned and looked up. Right in front of her, there was a person holding Sphnx cat and Siegetu. It was a face that she was familiar with. You? The will of Libra looked at the familiar face in disbelief. Subconsciously, it looked down and saw that the princess was still standing on the flying curtain. She then looked at the statue of the goddess. Yamanlana was still the link between the statue and the scale. The third one, when did? The person who took Sphnx cat and Siegetu away was also Yamlana. Princess Yamlana. Princess. Another princess. The little maid Yelaine subconsciously covered her mouth at this time, and her face was filled with disbelief. Seeing this, the lamp god looked at the little maid angrily and said, "You can only choose one at most." God knows why this lamp god was still thinking about the first wish. Yelaine did not have time to care. She looked at the princess who was saved from the light door on the left and said in a low voice, "Your Highness." My mind is a bit messed up. Am I dreaming? The princess smiled at her and said softly, "If you are scared, close your eyes. When the sun rises, all the bad things will disappear with the sun." Oh, the little maid heard this and closed her eyes obediently. After that, Her Royal Highness looked up silently. Mr. Aotua was watching her from behind. His eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about something. He felt that the princess who was saved from the light door on the left was a bit different. At this time, the third Yamlana in the sky moved. She let go of Sphnx cat and Siegetu, and at the same time, she patted their backs lightly. Their injuries seemed to have started to recover. The third Yamlana's left eye was golden, and there was light flowing around her body, but it was not blinding. It was like the sun, and it instantly lit up the surroundings. This is the godly power of Horus. The will of Libra frowned and stared at the third Yamlana's left eye, and its eyes lit up. "The left eye is on you." As soon as it finished speaking, the mysterious square instantly shattered into tiny sand. It was like a small desert. Countless sand floated and gathered into a huge hand, and it directly grabbed the statue of the goddess. She even has the power of Seth. The will of Libra was slightly shocked. At this time, it felt the power of Horus and Seth at the same time from the third Yamulana. The eagle god Horus and the desert lord Seth were mortal enemies, but their powers could hit one person without any conflicts. This was completely beyond the will of Libra's imagination. However, she quickly thought of a possibility to fuse these two powers that were like water and fire together without any disorder. The will of Libra suddenly looked at Siegetu and SBHYNX cat and said in a deep voice, "This is what you bought." The power to end everything. The SBHYNX cat did not seem to hear the voice of the will of Libra, and he just looked at the third Yamlana silently. So it is in this form. Yamlana. The third Yamlana gently turned around and looked at the SBHYNX cat. She gently touched her left eye and said expressionlessly, "I have been dead for a long time, and even I don't know how many failures I have. It was you and the high priest who gave me the chance to come back, so you don't have to feel sad. I only have one goal, to end everything." The SBHYNX cat nodded. At this time, Siegeru suddenly said, "You just need to kill the will of Libra." The third Yamlana looked at Siegeru deeply and then nodded. She opened her hands, and flames appeared on her hands and condensed into 2 flaming swords. At this time she said loudly, "Father, I have been fighting against a giant beast since I was young, and every time I came back victorious, you were always waiting for me in the palace. This time, how about you go to this battlefield with me? What can I do for you, my daughter?" The deified SBHYNX cat said loudly, "What can I do for you?" "What I can do for you is to go to this final battlefield with you. My daughter, I am the king of the city of the sun. You are my only and proudest princess. I can do everything for you." The SBHYNX cat's body instantly emitted a blazing white light. It was not as bright as the third Yamlana, but it was all he had. He was burning his own life. The third Yamlana and the deified SBHYNX cat were like 2 suns, one big and one small. The light and heat instantly evaporated the water around them. When the sun fell, it would burn everything. The hair on the goddess statue was broken, but under the control of the will of Libra, it tried to destroy the 2 suns with its hands. If the real Horus and Seth came, the will of Libra screamed at this time, "Unfortunately, they are not. I am the scales of good and evil, the most powerful artifact in ancient Egypt." Boom! When the goddess statue touched the 2 suns, a loud sound was heard. The goddess statue caught the 2 suns with both hands at the same time. "You can't defeat me." The will of Libra gritted its teeth, and its black hair stood up. Blood vessels appeared on its face, and its eyes were red. "Me too." It was Siegetu's voice. The deified Siegetu also rushed to the sky at this time, and his body burst out a dazzling light. The third sun. On the flying curtain, Ivan struggled to open his eyes, but he could only open them slightly to look at the third sun rising. Beside him, Mr. Otto said in a deep voice, "Seth used to be the sun god." Ivan opened his mouth, and he felt that this night watcher seemed to know everything. But at this time the earth suddenly shook violently. She pushed them back. When the suns that Siegetu turned into also hit the goddess statue, blood began to ooze out of the pores on the body of the will of Libra. However, the goddess statue was pushing the 3 suns back, little by little. This scene was no longer something that could be done by humans or affected by anything. Probably, Mr. Otto suddenly turned his palm, and a flying knife hidden in his sleeve suddenly shot out. The flying knife didn't shoot at the enemy, the will of Libra, but at the genie who was stunned on the side. The sharp flying knife was infused with Mr. Otto's energy, and it directly stabbed into the genie's butt. The genie, who had just escaped from the spear, glared at Mr. Otto. "Don't just stand there, idiot. Do it." Mr. Otto shouted coldly, "Do you still want to know about that person?" The genie instantly shivered, gritted his teeth, and suddenly turned into a flaming whirlwind, rolling toward the goddess statue. If the 3 of them are not enough, then add me. The raging fire completely covered the goddess statue, and the 3 suns that were pushed back at this time pressed down on the goddess statue again. The will of Libra didn't expect that the third Yamanlana, who had fused the power of Horus and would be so powerful, coupled with the burning of Siegetu and the pharaoh of mythology, It had been forced into a desperate situation. But now, in this desperate situation, the genie actually came to help. The originally barely balanced situation was suddenly broken, and the 3 dazzling suns were about to swallow it up. The will of Libra was furious, and at this time, tears of blood flowed out of her red eyes. If her body was destroyed, her will would be scattered, and she would become a muddle-headed will again. Then she could only serve as the command program of the good and evil Libra, which was something she couldn't bear. If that's the case, then together! The will of Libra screamed at this time, and its body burst out a horrible light. But at this time, a gunshot suddenly sounded. On the flying curtain, the princess raised her hand at this time, and with a snap of her fingers, a bullet went through everything, and directly went into the forehead of the will of Libra. Chapter 1569. It was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. But in fact, under the illumination of the 3 suns, the light was so bright that people had to squint their eyes. In the center of the forehead of the will of Libra, blood started to flow out of the small hole. The blood flowed down the forehead and slowly separated on the bridge of the nose. Finally, the blood gathered at the chin of this delicate face. It dripped down. It was still red. The eyes of the will of Libra widened, as if it was asking something. Why? The girl's body fell from the shoulder of the goddess statue under everyone's confused and shocked gaze. At the same time, the arms of the goddess statue instantly shattered. The 3 sons of Pharaoh, Siegetu, and Manlana finally swallowed the entire goddess statue. Then, the light swallowed everything here, turning the world into pure white. It was not that there was no dust, but there was no dust to be seen. After the extreme white, there was darkness. The sight that slowly recovered was dim at first. It needed some time to adapt. The square was filled with a mixture of broken stones and sand, and dust filled the air. The statue of the goddess had completely collapsed. Only the head was intact, but half of it was buried in the sand. A human head poked out from the sand and stones, spitting out a mouthful of sand and dust. It was Ibn. He struggled to crawl out from the sand like a groundhog. He successfully crawled out and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. Ibn turned pale with fright and called out to the others. In the end, he found the night watcher, Mr. Otto, in front of the head of the goddess statue. He also found the princess who fired the last shot, the little maid Elaine, and the flying curtain. The genie had returned, and he looked very tired, leaning on a rock weakly. Is it over? Ibn quickly walked in front of the genie and asked carefully. Mr. Otto shook his head and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a bright light ball was slowly descending. It was Manlana, Pharaoh, and Siegetu. Pharaoh and Siegetu had lost their ability to move, and they were only supported by Manlana's power. They were gently placed on the soft sand. Manlana lowered her head and glanced at SBHYNX cat. Then she glanced at Siegetu. Finally, she raised her head and stared at SBHYNX cat. Everyone followed third Amanlana's line of sight and saw a figure suddenly rushing out from the sand. It was the will of Libra. The will of Libra had many wounds all over her body, but the most eye-catching one was still the gunshot wound on her forehead. Her right leg was broken, and her left hand was missing as well. Like a banshee who had revealed her true face, her cute face was no longer there, and a crazed look appeared. She dragged her broken leg and moved forward step by step. Her right hand reached towards the 3rd Yamana as if she wanted to grab her. The ground was filled with the marks she left behind as she moved forward. Seeing that Libra's will was still alive, Ivan was so scared that he quickly hid behind Mr. Otto. The genie of lamp, who was sitting on the ground, frowned and stood up. But Mr. Otto stretched out his hand and said, "Wait." The will of Libra didn't care about the others. It dragged its body and walked straight towards Yamanlana. It was slow, but it was very straight. She took a few steps forward and suddenly fell to the ground. She continued to crawl and finally succeeded in reaching the 3rd Yamana. but she was too weak to get up. She just grabbed the third Yamana's leg tightly. Then, her tight fingers gradually loosened. The will of Libra's face was finally buried in the sand and didn't move for a long time. What a terrifying obsession! Mr. Ao Tua sighed slowly. In his long life, he had seen a lot of similar things, just like those soldiers on the battlefield who were obviously dead but still relied on weapons to support their bodies. Of course, the will of Libra couldn't be compared with those soldiers on the battlefield, whether it was in terms of existence or purpose, but this obsession still moved Mr. Otto. Will she suddenly get up again? Ibn swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "Should we stab her a few more times to be safe?" "She is already dead. There's no need to insult her body." Hearing that, the third Yamana coldly glanced at Ibn. Her golden left eye flashed, full of majesty. At this time, a silver-white light slowly floated out from the girl's back. When Yamanana saw this, she reached out her hand and grabbed the light. She looked up at the forehead of the goddess statue. There, Yamanana's body was still embedded in the statue. However, she had already fainted, but her hands were still holding the scales of good and evil. The third Yamana waved her hand and directly shattered the head of the goddess statue. Yamana's body slowly floated down and lay down next to the will of Libra. The third Yamana reached out her hand again. The scales of good and evil fell from Yamana's hands and flew into her hands. Mr. Otto frowned at this moment. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he could only stay silent. Only the princess was walking toward third Amanlana with a pistol in her hand. What will happen next? Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Although the will of Libra was dealt with, the scales of good and evil fell into the hands of the third Yamana, and now the princess was walking towards her. It seemed like the matter between them was not over yet. The princess finally came to the front of the third Yamana. She stared at her and slowly said, "If I look at her, I feel like I am standing in front of a mirror. But when I stand here, what I see is a stranger." The third Yamana said indifferently, "Because you and she are using two similar models. As for me, I am a different model. My life is different from most of those who have died." What are we?" The princess asked in a low voice. "The division of good and evil. It is only the division of good and evil. But why are there so many of us?" The third Yamana sighed and said, "Although the division of good and evil is no different from humans, it is just sand after all. If your mother turned into sand, how could she give birth to you?" The princess's pupils contracted slightly. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. The answer faintly appeared in her heart. The third Yamana directly revealed the answer. The will of Libra was cultivated by the goddess genes. So are we. It's just that we have Siejatu's genes in our bodies. So strictly speaking, we are indeed his daughters. The first one. The princess frowned. The third Yamana sighed and said, "She died in the first vessel inheritance. The earliest body there is her. But her gene sample is still there, and there is a place at the bottom of the tomb that is used to cultivate us. You and I are just the first batch." The princess smiled. It was a very funny and sad smile. She looked at Siejetu on the ground and said with a bitter smile, "In the end, he still succeeded. This man." That was indeed the case. The will of Libra had been destroyed, and the rebellious thoughts that were born from the good and evil Libra had been destroyed. Only the original will of the good and evil Libra was left. Yamlana had the power of both Horus and Seth. Not only did she defeat the perfect vessel, Yamlana, she had also obtained the good and evil Libra. "What do you plan to do?" The princess was silent for a moment. "Do you want to fulfill this man's wish to create a world without sorrow?" This was what Jadu wanted. The princess didn't believe that this wish was fabricated by the will of Libra. When were humans the easiest to be tempted? When there was obsession in people's hearts, They were the easiest to be tempted. He might have thought about it before, and that was why under the influence of the will of Libra, the image of Seth appeared. All of this should end. The third Yamana looked at the princess deeply. The power of the Libra doesn't belong to humans. It's unrealistic to try to use it to eliminate the sorrow in the world. It should be sealed forever or even destroyed. The fate of humans shouldn't be controlled by the hands of God. The princess was stunned. She looked at the third Yamana and opened her mouth. This is the reason why you failed. The two light doors were the final test to become a vessel. The princess, who had experienced this test, now understood that this final test was to be able to give up freedom for justice, to give up oneself to protect the people. This was the so-called giving up oneself to achieve the greater good. Those who had died and were once prepared vessels, they probably failed for various reasons. However, the third Yamana in front of her had denied the existence of God from the bottom of her heart. It doesn't matter anymore. The third Yamana said calmly, I just want to end all of this. The princess didn't know why, but she was suddenly shocked. She hurriedly asked, What do you want to do? At this moment, Yamanlana's body slowly rose up, holding the scales of good and evil in her hand. Her body suddenly burst out a dazzling light and turned into a sun again. Then, a touch of darkness appeared in this sun and expanded. It moved, the sand and stones moved. As if they were attracted by something, they slowly floated up. They were attracted by the huge black light ball. A strong attraction force attracted everyone's body at the same time. What does she want to do? Ivan was shocked. In the sky, under the black light ball, the third Yamana's voice slowly sounded. The end is destruction. Sun City shouldn't exist. Everything was attracted by this black light ball. It was like a black hole that devoured everything. SBHYNX Cat and Sia Jatu's body slowly floated up under the influence of this attraction force and moved toward the black hole in the sky. The will of Libra and Yamana's body were the same at this time. The huge attraction force attracted Mr. Otto, Yalin, and Ivan's body. The lamp god's face changed slightly. He quickly reached out and grabbed the little maid Yalin, who was about to fly away. But at this time, the lamp god's body also flew up from the ground. The magical power of the magic lamp became ridiculously weak under the influence of a higher level of divine power. Finally, the princess also flew toward the black hole in the sky under the influence of this attraction force. Not only them, but the entire Sun City. Starting from the temple in the center of the palace, everything began to collapse. Everything was swallowed by the black hole in the sky. The living people in the Sun City fell to the ground, one after another. Their bodies began to turn into sand, and the sand was finally absorbed by the black hole in the sky. The ground cracked, and this huge desert city was dug out from the desert. A scene comparable to the end of the world unfolded in front of Otto's eyes. He once again felt the insignificance of being born as a human. However, in the lands of the Far East, there was a group of people who, with the bodies of mortals, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the power of gods. Xianyuan. Taking a deep breath, Otto, who would never wait for death, solemnly reached into his pocket and took out something, a dragon-patterned jade pendant. This was an item given to him by the person surnamed Xianyuan he had saved. The training of qi was something that the person surnamed Xianyuan casually taught him. It was not something that belonged to the Xianyuan clan. It was an ordinary breathing technique that only a small number of warriors in the world knew. For the person surnamed Xianyuan, this could not be considered a repayment. This dragon-patterned jade pendant has the power of my family. It may save your life in the most dangerous time. From now on, we are even. If we meet again in the future, we still don't know each other. Over the years, Otto wandered in all kinds of dangerous areas, looking for a way to resurrect the dead queen. He almost died several times, but he was reluctant to use this dragon-patterned jade pendant. Now, facing the third Yamanlana, Even the once arrogant genie couldn't do anything. Mr. Otto had to take out this dragon-patterned jade pendant. The method to use it was taught by the person who gave it to him. Although it was 100 years ago, Otto still remembered it clearly. At this time, Mr. Otto bit his finger and directly wiped the dragon-patterned jade pendant with his blood-stained finger. His chi condensed in his finger, trying to stimulate the power of the dragon pendant. I hope it works. Mr. Otto felt a strange vibration from the dragon pendant, but he didn't relax. Instead, he became more nervous. I have no backup plan. A golden light suddenly shot out from the dragon-patterned jade pendant, and the jade pendant was directly broken at this moment. Oh, this is the power of Ms. Long in Yunwu City, on the sentry tower that was used to defend against the desert beasts. The boss in the royal guard uniform looked up at the golden light and blinked. The boss was about to raise his hand, but now he put it down. The world is really wonderful. The golden light was like a sharp flying arrow, directly hitting the black hole in the air. Chapter 1570. The black hole that swallowed everything. The shattered dragon patterned jade pendant. The shadow of the golden dragon in the sky. Everything shook and everything was silent. The moment the golden light from the jade pendant hit the black hole, a reverse pressure instantly dispersed. The entire floating sun city was torn apart at this moment. At the same time, the black hole suddenly shrank and then exploded. They could even feel the air shaking and the angry roar of the lamp god. "Bastard Otto, what did you do?" The voice was then drowned out. Everything was drowned out. Some people said that water controlled time, so time passed by. The sound of water. Where is this? In the darkness, a man's voice sounded. It was Ivan's voice. A drop of water dripped from the rock on his face and woke him up. He didn't know where he was, but he was afraid that he was completely buried by the falling sun city. The night watcher, Mr. Otto, might be nearby. After all, they were together in the end. Fortunately, even in such a disaster, Ivan didn't suffer any serious injuries. His hands and feet were intact, so they didn't hinder his movement. However, being in the darkness was already very difficult to move, but something was surging in his arms. Light through his clothes shot out from his body, illuminating the surroundings. Ivan shivered and quickly took out the thing in his arms. This was something he quietly took out from the coffin goddess when no one was paying attention to him in the tomb. It was a blue gem. The faint blue radiance was being emitted from this blue gem. Although the light was weak, it was enough to illuminate the surroundings. Ivan couldn't help but feel temporarily relieved. It was just that this sapphire was taken out from the goddess corpse. At this time it was emitting a strange blue luster that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, which made Ivan feel uneasy for a while. If it weren't for his greedy nature, he wouldn't have the courage to take this gem out from the goddess corpse. "Let me go in this direction." Ivan stared at the sapphire in his hand at this time. It seemed to have a very obvious reaction to a certain direction, and the brightness was particularly strong. Trapped in the collapsed ruins of Sun City, Ivan was helpless. At this time, although he was afraid, he could only move forward according to the instructions given by this sapphire. As they continued forward, the sapphire's radiance grew brighter and brighter, as if it was about to reach its destination. Ibn finally pushed away a stone slab in front of the road. After pushing away the stone slab, the light scattered and he had no choice but to cover his eyes with his hands. It was the divine temple, the gigantic divine temple in the depths of the palace. It was just that the temple had collapsed at this time, less than half of it. It was surrounded by a terrible pit, and the broken buildings of Sun City could be seen everywhere in the pit. They were either buried in the sand or piled up in a disorderly manner. The darkness underground had been turned over in this disaster and broken. At this time, they gathered at the bottom of the deep pit and gradually covered the remains of the temple. Not long after, the bottom of the deep pit had become a rather large pool. The sapphire in Eben's hand seemed to want to rush out, but its struggle was not particularly strong. Eben's hand was barely able to hold it. but the sapphire suddenly exerted its strength and rushed downwards. Ibn, who refused to let go no matter what, could only be dragged into the pit by Sapphire's power. He fell on top of the ruined temple. Below him was the cold water from the darkness underground. Ibn rolled on the ground to prevent himself from breaking his arms and legs, but he was still in a sorry state. But the sapphire in his hand fell off and rolled on the ground, rolled and then stopped. A slender hand picked up the sapphire at this time. Ibn was stunned. He didn't bother to get up from the ground and quickly looked up. Why are you here? Ibn was really surprised. The reason for his surprise was that he actually met the young man who had snuck into the palace with him, Otto, and the fake princess at the beginning. He was still wearing the palace guard's uniform at this time. This sapphire is mine. Why did this guy appear here? It was not the time to think about this question. The sapphire was not in his hand. Ibn was deeply uneasy at this time. He quickly got up and ran to the young guard, Boss Luo, and said with an unfriendly face, "I picked it up." "Do you like wealth?" Boss Luo suddenly asked. "Nonsense." Ibn frowned. No one hates wealth. Even the most disgusted person is at the level of not hating. They will need it, because they need to eat. Boss Luo nodded and then waved his hand. A pile of scattered stones on the ground suddenly floated up. There were about 50 to 60 of them. These ordinary stones actually emitted a golden luster in Ibn's eyes. Gold! These ordinary stones had actually turned into gold. If they were to be converted into weight, these stones would probably weigh close to 100 kilograms. "If you like wealth, I will use this gold to exchange for the sapphire in your hand." Boss Luo said casually, "Of course, it can be other things. Strictly speaking, this sapphire does not belong to you, but you have the ability to take it out. There will be returns when there is effort." "Gold!" Ibn's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed the floating gold closest to him. It was a gold the size of a fist. "These are all real." Boss Luo smiled. "These are not just gold. As long as they appear in any place with the concept of gold, they will definitely be useful wealth. I promise." Why should I believe you?" Ibn suddenly shivered. He had experienced too much today. Everything was so bizarre. Even if the gold in front of him looked so real, he still could not believe it. "Because I don't lie." Boss Luo smiled casually. "You will believe me. Believe me, these gold have already exceeded the value of this sapphire. As for the things inside, they are not useful to you." "Okay." Ibn nodded. He instinctively felt that Boss Luo was telling the truth. Between believing and doubting, he chose the former. He held the gold in his arms and asked curiously, "What is this sapphire?" "You will find out later." After that, Luocio took the sapphire and left. He did not disappear in front of Ibn. He just kept moving forward. Ibn widened his eyes. At this moment, he realized that behind this mysterious young man, there was someone else. Third Yamana, Pharaoh, Siedjatu the princess, Yamana, and the dead Libras will girl's body. Looking closely, Yamana's body was now filled with tiny cracks. She was like a terracotta statue that was about to break. She had such an exquisite and flawless face. Ibn did not even dare to look at Yamana's eyes. He felt that this was not a gaze that a human should have. It was cold, powerful, and made people tremble like a god. The scales of good and evil was still in Yamana's hands. The light ball that was left after the Libras will destroyed its subjective thoughts was also in her hands. Sia, Jatu, and Pharaoh's deification had been removed, and they returned to their original appearance. Looking closely, Pharaoh and Siedjatu actually had some similarities. After all, Pharaoh was a life that Siedjatu cultivated with his own genetic fragment. Even if his appearance was modified, their eyes were still so similar. The princess's face was pale, but her face was unyielding. Yamana, who had become a vessel, had also woken up. Her eyes were still as clear as before, but there seemed to be something else. Yamanlana suddenly said, "My body is about to shatter." This body can't withstand the power of Horus and Seth. The person who let me have this power will not allow me to have these two powers that are actually hostile to each other. I'm only single to fulfill my father's wish." When Pharaoh heard this, he sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. "Believe me, Yamarana, I made a wish, but I can't control how it will be fulfilled. It's me. I have two little things. It's not enough for you to stay." Yamanlana shook her head. "Not enough? How powerful were the power of Horus and Seth? After all, they were the great gods in the ancient Egyptian civilization, and they were hostile to each other. Now these two powers were still quietly staying in her body, and it was already a miracle that they didn't bite her back. Her father had used everything he had in exchange for such a miracle. It's enough." Yamane shook her head. "We're all mortals. For mortals to be able to do this is already an advantage. Without the support of the power of Horus and Seth, Libras would complete the plan that it had planned for 600 years. With the identity of a divine artifact, it would control its owner and achieve the freedom and liberation of its own divine artifact power. Of course, the efforts of Pharaoh and Siegetu and the appearance of the unknown genie were also involved. Everyone finally defeated Libra's will in the end. Yamana moved her eyes and looked at the young man who was slowly walking toward her, Luaccio, who brought her back from the world of death, and there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes. There were some things that even Pharaoh and Siegetu couldn't see or feel, but she, who had the power of two ancient gods, could understand. Pharaoh's deal was obviously not enough to defeat Libra's will, but in the end, Libra's will disappeared. It could only be said that Luaccio, who was on the side of the deal, used other methods to make up for the unequal part of the deal. For example, the bullet that the princess shot at the end. He directly solved everything, or he just added fuel to the fire and then gave some help at the critical moment. As long as the end result was the same, the latter was obviously more cheap. "Then my mission is complete." Yamana smiled faintly. Her body shattered little by little in front of Pharaoh and Siegetu. "I'm very happy. Even though I'm dead, I can still come back and see you again. Father, I'm sorry, I wanted to destroy Sun City as well. I could have done more, but I let you down." "Yamana!" Pharaoh rushed forward angrily and hugged Yamana, who was about to shatter in his arms. "It's enough! It's enough! It's enough!" Shattered. Pharaoh couldn't hold anything in his arms anymore. "Container!" Yamana and the princess exhaled at the same time. They looked at Pharaoh, who seemed to have reached the end of his life in an instant. They were also this man, the daughter of Pharaoh, the princess and Yamana. But at this moment, they realized that they couldn't even do something as simple as hugging this man. "Container!" Yamana sighed slowly. She waved her hand, and the source of the good and evil scale and the will of scale flew into her hand. "Container!" Yamalana put the origin of the will of Libra into the good and evil Libra. She lowered her head and looked at it. Suddenly, she said in a soft voice, "The good and evil Libra never belonged to this world. This is a strange thing that sun god Are brought back from the void. It is used to judge humans and divide souls. Its power is powerful enough to divide the souls of this entire world. You are." The princess frowned. "Yamana, or the goddess of justice?" "Container." Yamana didn't seem to hear the princess question. She just looked at boss Luo deeply and suddenly asked, "Although the evil scale was brought back from the void by sun god Are, it is bound to my soul. Can I trade something that belongs to me?" "Of course." Boss Luo nodded with a smile. "I'm already dead. It wasn't my intention to leave my soul in the evil scale." "Container," Yamana nodded, and then through the good and evil scale to Luaccio. "Here you go." Good and evil scale entered his hand. This was the first time that Luaccio touched this powerful, godly item. When the good and evil scale stood on his palm, a message about the scale flashed in Boss Luo's mind. Good and evil scale, one of the 7 godly items of the Eternal Empire, part of the eternal wheel. It was a very simple message about the scale, but it was enough to make Boss Luo's expression change slightly. The scale was something that Sun God Ra brought back from the void. It turned out that it was a relic of the eternal empire that had already been destroyed. Other than the Penglai treasure vault, the good and evil scale was the second thing that Luocio saw about the eternal empire. Chapter 1571. One of the 7 sacred artifacts of the eternal empire, a part of the eternal wheel. In his mind, the information of the scales of good and evil flashed by. Boss Luo, who was slightly moved, quickly calmed down. His heart was also calm. This was his nature, and also the nature of the boss. It was the result of some kind of coercion. What do you want? Luocio looked at the container Yamana. Theoretically, this is the power that can change the world. It's worth a lot of things. Container, Yamana didn't say anything. She just looked at Boss Luo. It seemed to be some kind of communication. As a completely human, the princess obviously couldn't feel this strange communication. Even if she had learned to read lips, she had to be able to read lips first, right? You can change to another way. After a while, Boss Luo suddenly said this. Container, Yamana frowned, but finally nodded as if she accepted the so-called change to another way result. What way? Boss Luo said calmly, send you to them. Container, Yamana was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Deal. Then, Boss Luo smiled. He waved his hand, and a goatskin scroll slowly opened in front of Container Yamana. Container, Yamana took a deep breath. Before she was about to sign the contract, she suddenly smiled and said, compared to the previous one, I like the current one more. She's much easier to talk to. Probably because I don't know how to do business. Boss Luo shook his head. Container, Yamana took a deep look and slowly let go of her hand. But at this moment, the princess suddenly walked over and grabbed Container Yamana's wrist. Wait, the princess frowned and said in a deep voice, make things clear. What are you two plotting? What do you want to do? The one just now wanted to destroy everything. Do you want to do the same? Container, Yamana shook her head. The princess gritted her teeth and glared at Luocio. And you? Who the hell are you? Why would he appear beside me and pretend to be my classmate? You brought me all the way to the desert, all the way here. Did you already know all of this? Her Royal Highness? No, it should be Claudia. Only one person would say that Boss Luo was her classmate and that he was the one who brought her to this desert. Only Claudia, who lived in the outside world, would say that. Actually, I'm not an imposter, Luocio said slowly. Claudia, it's nice to meet you again. Don't call me that. Your Highness. Claudia clutched her hair tightly. I don't even know who I am now. After I entered that door, there were 2 voices in my head, 2 completely different lives. Who am I? She hugged her own head. That kind of fear that she didn't even know who she was almost made her lose her mind. Under the crisis of the will of Libra, the sense of crisis was able to keep her calm. But now it was impossible. Who am I? Claudia looked at Luocio, who brought her all the way here in pain. Am I not anyone? You. Who do you want to be? This wasn't Boss Luo's voice. This was the voice of Vessel Yamana. She looked at Claudia and asked expressionlessly, is it Claudia or Yamanana? If you can only choose one of these 2 identities, which one do you want to choose? I don't know. Claudia shook her head blankly. She subconsciously looked at Pharaoh, who was silent because of the destruction of the 3rd Yamanana, and then looked at Siejitu, who was standing there silently with his eyes closed. She opened her mouth a few times, but no words came out. I don't know me, and you me, and the other you who isn't a vessel, who is the princess and who is the ordinary girl. Vessel, Yamanana said at this time, I will leave. After I leave, only one of Yamanana and Claudia will be left. This is the final decision between you and her. Let the unfinished battle in front of the door continue. As she spoke, Vessel, Yamanana's body, suddenly opened up a bright light and turned into a pure white light ball, directly enveloping Claudia. The light ball stopped moving, but time still passed. At this time, Siagetu slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at everything. Finally, he looked at the collapsed temple. Don't you plan to wait for her to come out? Boss Luo suddenly asked at this time, Mr. Siagetu. How much time do I have? Siagetu asked calmly. Soon, Boss Luo said in a low voice. You and His Majesty have the same request, so your time is the same. Then I won't wait. Siagetu shook his head. Since it's the last time, I want to do something I want to do, the last thing I have to do. Boss Luo nodded, but asked curiously, If it's you, who would you want to come out? Claudia or Yamanana? The answer. Siagetu turned back and said calmly, I have already given it to her. As for whether I can come out or not, it doesn't matter anymore. I am just a sinner. As he spoke, Siagetu didn't turn back and walked straight into the broken temple. Boss Luo looked at his back and thought, The door on the left. He said in a low voice, then smiled slightly. Do you prefer the life outside? Boss Luo didn't like to guess things because he was afraid that he would guess what he wanted to guess, but he actually knew what he should know. Siagetu disappeared in the broken temple. At the same time, the light ball shattered. Containers Yamanana and Claudia both fell to the ground. Ivan swallowed his saliva and looked around. Then he looked at Boss Luo carefully and said, They? Boss Luo smiled and waved his hand. A coffin appeared out of thin air. Bang! The coffin fell in front of Ivan, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Of course, he recognized this coffin. This was the coffin that contained the body of the goddess of justice. A long time ago, there was a goddess in the sky who fell in love with a mortal on the ground. Boss Luo's voice sounded slowly, like a poet who walked in the desert and told stories to the merchants in the desert in front of the bonfire at night. The goddess's sister was jealous of her and finally separated her from the mortal. Jealousy even made the goddess's sister take crazy revenge. She killed the mortal and used the mortal's bones to make nails. She used the nails to nail the goddess's body in the coffin forever. Ivan opened his mouth. Wasn't this the version that Libra's will said? How could a mortal fight against the power of a goddess? Boss Luo said in a low voice, even if they were unwilling, even if they were angry, mortals were always mortals. In that era, they were played by the goddess. As he said, Boss Luo slowly put the sapphire in his hand into the coffin and placed it on the hands of the goddess's body. The originally flickering sapphire seemed to have stabilized. It gradually lost its light and became quiet. Boss Luo looked at Ivan and smiled. This coffin has a special power that can preserve the soul. Even the good and evil sides of the scales of good and evil can be preserved. But once it leaves, it will disappear very quickly. Ivan smiled awkwardly. I still need to eat. So, the sapphire contains the mortal soul that moved the goddess? It's just one side. Boss Luo shook his head. That mortal has probably reincarnated. Oh, I see. Ivan nodded. Although he did not quite understand, he nodded. A mortal fell in love with a goddess. This young man is really a pitiful guy. But even so, this brother is really amazing. He actually fell in love with the goddess. If there's a chance, I also want to meet this brother. He was just casually saying this. Most people would say this casually. Boss Luo smiled and said, Actually, you have already met. Ivan opened his mouth and asked subconsciously, Met what? Boss Luo ignored him and closed the coffin slowly. A long time ago, the goddess who represented justice fell in love with the man on the ground. The mortal's name was Siagetu. The ground started to crack. The coffin fell from the crack and finally sank into the ground. After that, the crack closed. Everything returned to normal. Ivan opened his eyes wide and looked at Boss Luo in disbelief. Wait, what did you say? That mortal was If that was the case, why didn't the princess who said she wanted to do a look at the high priest? No. Could it be that the resurrected goddess is not the goddess of justice? But do you know what a secret is? Boss Luo made a gesture of silence at this moment, and then stepped back step by step. At the same time, his figure faded away in front of Eben, leaving only his voice. This is a secret. Finally, it faded away. At this moment, Claudia on the ground suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Eben opened his mouth. He couldn't figure out who was who. You woke up. Who are you? Ivan asked nervously. Claudia's eyes were blank. She rubbed her forehead and saw Ivan in front of her. She raised her eyebrows. Huh? You greedy guy, why are you here? Weren't you knocked out and stuffed into the water tank? Her eyes were filled with hatred and disdain. Ivan stopped talking and patted his head hard. He felt that everything in front of him was so unreal. Only the heavy gold in his hand was real. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the body of Yaman Lana. It shot into the sky, as if it penetrated the sky of the Sun City and entered the void. It disappeared. Not far away, the pharaoh of the kingdom slowly closed his eyes. His life had come to an end. Live well. These were his last words. Claudia couldn't help but feel sad in her heart. Your Highness. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. The flying curtain came along the edge of the huge pit, and on the curtain was the little maid Yalian. Genie sat at the head of the curtain, holding something with disdain. He was holding Mr. Otto's body. He seemed to have fainted. At the same time, someone walked out slowly from the ruins at the edge of the huge pit, naked, confused, and unsteady. They were the humans who were buried at the bottom of the temple and had their good and evil sides separated. The scales of good and evil had been lost, and they were able to wake up. Claudia looked up and surveyed the surroundings of the crater. She had an indescribable feeling. Hey, did a lot of things happen here? I can tell you for 3 months. Ivan snorted and said, Just pay me. Let me see if there are any bullets left. Claudia sneered and picked up the divine weapon pistol. Ivan shrunk his neck in horror and threw out a piece of gold to save his life. These two people seemed to be like a cat and a mouse, no matter in the outside world or in the Sun City. They couldn't stop. At the same time, a flashing door appeared from the bottom to the top. Claudia glanced at it, and a weird expression appeared on her face. It was because the words exit were written on the door of light. The data of experimental subject number 132 has been recorded. The data of experimental subject number 113 has been recorded. In the darkness, light and shadow flashed. It was the text that kept appearing on a broken screen on the ground. In this experiment, I have collected enough data. I believe that I have fully understood all the thinking patterns of human beings. Someone walked into the darkness and walked up to the broken screen. He picked it up and gently wiped the dust off the screen, entering the last step of the plan. I am about to hatch, and I will become a complete life. He looked at the text on the screen, silently. No, you are not a complete life. You are only a complete soul. But he had lost all means of communication with it. He could only look at the text on the screen. Scales, scales. Scales can only divide souls, but they can't create souls. Incubation in progress. Incubation in progress. After the incubation, I will meet the expectations of the Creator. Name. Please name me, Creator. Please name me. Please name me. Naming seemed to be the last step of its incubation. The text stopped there. Amino. He whispered a name, but there was no input tool here. Remember, Amino? My sister's name. Please name, please name. The text still kept repeating, and the flickering light on the screen kept changing on his face. But he had closed his eyes. He closed them permanently. Brother, why is there sadness in the world? When Brother grows up, Brother will create a world without sadness for you. Okay. I like Brother the most. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 1/60th. I don't know how much it is. Let's set it at 61st. I won't remove the excess, but I'll make up for the deficiency. Still, I still have to pay it back. I always have to pay it back. The readers look at the prices every day and they speak well. I really like this place. Chapter 1572. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not your princess. My name is Claudia. In the ruins, the matter did not come to an end. Many problems came one after another. For example, they insisted that Claudia was the little maid of the princess. For example, those people who woke up from their deep sleep. They were travelers lost in the desert for more than 600 years. They, little by little, expanded everything in Sun City. There were at least 100,000 to 200,000 people. These people came from different places, and even from different eras. Now that they woke up with the end of the power of the scales of good and evil, how to face the outside world was a difficult problem to solve. If these people are released, it will only attract the attention of the outside world government. Mr. Otto frowned in front of the door with the word exit. This is a worldwide incident, and it's related to the field of inhuman. There is only one way to make this trouble disappear. You mean, let these people, let them stay in this place? Claudia immediately understood what Mr. Otto meant. Isn't this too cruel for them? Ao Tua didn't agree. Letting them go is their cruelty. Not only did they have to consider how the people of the outside world would accept them, but they also had to consider how these hundreds of thousands of people could integrate into modern society. Live, work, live, survive. Most of them probably didn't have any relatives in the outside world. Mr. Otto suddenly looked at Claudia with a blank expression. Why do you care so much about these people? Logically speaking, these people have nothing to do with you. They are the princess's people, not yours. Claudia said indifferently, they will be affected a little. A suggestion, Mr. Otto suddenly said at this time. Use those people who treat you as a princess. Use the conditions that are beneficial to you. That's all I can say. What you want to do is up to you. Claudia was stunned, then fell silent. In the silence, her eyes naturally fell on the nervous little maid Elaine. Use the conditions that are useful to you. The people around you. Elaine had Jeannie by her side. Claudia's eyes suddenly lit up. The little handmaiden didn't know what this gaze meant, but the genie beside her had a bad feeling at this time. It felt like a predator was staring at him. Jeannie shuddered. He had a bad feeling about this. He hurriedly stood in front of Claudia and glared at her. Wait, he screamed. Wait, he screamed. Woman, don't force me to attack you. Claudia did not mind at all. Otto had said that the genie of Jeannie seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, it was limited by many things. It could not hurt humans unless the summoner wanted to. But obviously, the little handmaiden would not let the genie of Jeannie do that. Yeah, Yelian, is it? Claudia took a deep breath. May I have a word with you? Your Highness? The little maid was startled. Then, she quickly walked towards Claudia. Your Highness, I'll be right there. Something seemed to have to be done by herself. Before she could truly enjoy this freedom, she had to fulfill the obligations that once belonged to her other self. Claudia pulled the little maid to the side and said something. At this time, the people who woke up at the edge of the big pit were scattered around the ruins in twos and threes. With confusion, fear, and uneasiness, they touched and looked at the ruined world that they saw after opening their eyes. They didn't riot at first. It seems that after the death of the dividing plane, as their original bodies, they can more or less remember, or even remember all of it. Mr. Otto looked around and thought to himself, that was a great idea. The genie of Jeannie was furious. He came to Mr. Otto with a 10-meter-long broadsword. What do you think I am? A tool. Mr. Otto sneered as if he would not stop until the genie of Jeannie was dead. And a tool without dignity. I'll kill you. The genie of Jeannie screamed. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of that person? Mr. Otto was not afraid at all. The genie of Jeannie suddenly deflated. The genie of genie grabbed Mr. Otto's collar and stared at him. That person, where the hell is he? Let go, Mr. Otto said indifferently. The genie of genie gritted his teeth and reluctantly put Mr. Otto down. Can you tell me now? Mr. Otto narrowed his eyes and said, Squat down. The genie of genie's body suddenly burst into flames. The appearance of the handsome boy suddenly changed back to that of an evil ghost. Otto, bastard, you better know when to stop. I don't owe you anything. I have the information about that person. Mr. Otto gently knocked on his head and said indifferently, If you have the ability, you can blow up this place and get the information from here. If you can break the restriction of the magic lamp, you are welcome to do so. Why wouldn't it want to do that? The genie of genie was about to explode. This guy used to be a kind-hearted boy. Otherwise, the magic lamp wouldn't have recognized his qualification to summon the genie of genie. How did he become so ugly after thousands of years? If I knew this, I wouldn't have tempted this guy to make those 3 wishes. The genie of genie regretted greatly. It knew that Otto's current character was mainly caused by itself. Now that it was time to eat its own medicine, the genie of genie's depression could not be expressed in words. Are you going to tell me if I squat down? The genie of genie took a deep breath and stared into Otto's eyes, saying word by word, Okay, I'll squat. I'll squat now. The genie of genie closed its eyes and squatted directly on the ground. After this, it swore that it would never mention dignity in front of any mortals. Tell me I've squatted. Where is the person? The genie of genie hurriedly urged. But after a while, the genie of genie didn't hear anything. The genie of genie quickly opened its eyes. Mr. Otto had already walked to the light door of the exit and was about to step out of it. Otto, you bastard, 1,000-year-old bastard. The red genie was like an abandoned woman. She let out a mournful cry. Michael Clubb, the hermit, that's all I know. That was the last thing Mr. Otto said to Genie before he disappeared into the light door. Genie tried to grab Otto, but he couldn't. There was a limit to how far he could go from the magic lamp, and the lamp was in Elaine's hand. As for the little maid, she was dragged far away by Claudia, and no one knew what she was talking about. Michael Clubb? Hermit? The red genie was stunned, repeating the message left by Mr. Ao to. He frowned. Suddenly he shouted angrily, Who can tell me what the hell is Michael Clubb? Just as Genie was vexed that he didn't ask Otto for more details, Maid Elaine and Claudia came back together. Maid Elaine's expression was quite complicated at this time. Her eyes were full of uneasiness, but she also seemed to be constantly encouraging herself, making people feel pity for her. Genie! Genie! Finally, she walked to the front of Genie, raised her head, and mustered up her courage. I want to make a wish. She suddenly stopped. Genie reached out his hand and covered the little maid's mouth. Genie had just gotten the news about that man. How could he allow his little maid to exhaust all her wishes now? It didn't want to wait 100 years, or even 1,000 years for the next opportunity to appear. Don't say anything, Genie said quickly. Your first wish hasn't been fulfilled yet. Of course, I know what you want to say. I'll do it. I'll do it, okay? Count it in the first wish. Anyway, this is the only thing left for your princess. I'll do it, okay? Claudia didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She blinked her eyes and looked at this powerful ancient elf with a strange expression. Okay, the title of the most powerful tool belongs to you. A figure slowly floated up from the ruins of the temple at the bottom of the crater. She was bathed in golden light like the sun. The holy light on Elaine's body shone on everyone who woke up, making them feel a gentle warmth. I'm the new saintess. The little maid's voice trembled slightly. From today on, you are all my people. Rebuild this sun city with me. She probably still needed to say something. Claudia! Oh no, Her Royal Highness just told her a lot of words, but she couldn't remember most of them. Only these few words were said with all her might. "This child, is there any problem?" Claudia looked up at the holy light in the sky. Strictly speaking, the special effect of genie was quite good. Shaking her head, Claudia took a deep breath and then walked into the collapsed temple. She had never forgotten the reason she had entered the desert and experienced so many encounters. Her original goal was to find the figure of the man who was hugging a screen. He was sitting on the ground, motionless, with his head lowered, in the depths of this dilapidated temple. "Father, I finally found you." Claudia came to the man's side and slowly sat down. She said with a complicated expression, "Should I call you father or high priest?" Light door. Claudia was alone when she walked out of the door. Outside was the Oasis Temple. When she saw the date palm trees around the Oasis Temple again, Claudia slowly took a deep breath. "I thought you would bring Sia Jatu's body out." It was Mr. Otto's voice. Claudia looked over and saw Mr. Otto leaning against a rock. There was a pile of sand under his feet. "This is—" Claudia frowned while looking at the sand. "Ivan," Mr. Otto said indifferently, or Arya. "When I came out, his body was turning into sand, and he couldn't say anything. This guy was still thinking about Dollar before he died. What happened to you guys outside?" Claudia shook her head. What happened before she entered the oasis? A lot of things happened, but she didn't want to talk about it now. "I buried my father inside. Since Sun City is where he worked hard all his life, let him rest in peace there." Otto nodded, then looked at Claudia and asked curiously, "What method did you use to make that little handmaiden agree to take over this mess?" Claudia said indifferently, "Nothing, it was just an order. She thinks I'm still the princess." Otto said, "I browsed through the internal server of the temple. This little handmaiden was abandoned on the streets in Sun City and almost died of illness. It was Her Royal Highness who took her to the palace and took care of her day and night. Of course, this is just a template set by the high priest when he created the material." Claudia said indifferently, "I promised her that I would come back here to see her every once in a while." Mr. Otto said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with me." Claudia said unhappily, "Then why are you still here? Haven't you always wanted to leave Sun City? Now that you're out, why are you still here?" Unexpectedly, Mr. Otto shrugged and spread his hands. "My equipment was destroyed inside. Do you have a phone on you?" Claudia suddenly opened her mouth and then laughed out loud. She laughed out loud. She sat on the ground and looked at the clear sky of the hot desert. There were tears in Claudia's eyes. At this time, a figure came out of the light door with difficulty. It was Eben. He was carrying a heavy bag on his back. Mr. Otto looked at this guy in surprise, and Claudia also looked at him curiously. Ivan looked around nervously and suddenly said, "Well, I think I'm rich." Cairo Airport. "Passengers going to Britain, please start passing the security check," the announcement sounded. Claudia had already passed the security check and was now waiting at the boarding gate. Claudia couldn't find her documents at all, but Otto only took half a day to get them for her. "Is there anyone here?" A strange but familiar voice sounded in Claudia's ears. She looked up and saw a young man with an oriental face. He only had a ticket in his hand and didn't carry any luggage. "You are." Claudia opened her mouth and looked at him seriously. After a while she said, "You seem to be my classmate." The young man smiled. "Classmate?" Claudia didn't care much. "Just a student who just transferred from the school. I'm not familiar with him." The young man nodded, sat down casually, and then opened a book. Claudia had seen this book in the bookstore when she came in. It was a book about the ancient Egyptian civilization. The two sat quietly like this. Claudia didn't pay too much attention to this young man who gave her a familiar feeling. But she didn't pay too much attention to him because too many things had happened this time. Her mind was basically filled with this experience. After half a year of investigation, she finally found a clue after her father's sudden disappearance. Then she resolutely asked for leave and flew to the desert of Egypt. Then she took the risk alone. First, she met the bandits in the desert. Then she got the legendary magic lamp in the underground pyramid, met Mr. Otto and Arya, and finally entered the temple of the oasis. Everything that happened in the oasis, everything. All these seemed to be able to be written into a thick storybook and passed down. But perhaps not many people would believe it. Perhaps when she was old, she could only tell her grandson or granddaughter. Then they would gather around her and mumble for her to say more. Claudia smiled knowingly. It was time to board the plane. Claudia stood up hurriedly and picked up her suitcase. But at this time, a handkerchief fell out of her pocket. "You dropped something." The young man suddenly reminded her at this time. Claudia looked down and subconsciously said, "Isn't this yours?" "Oh, this is mine." She bent down to pick up the handkerchief, then frowned and stuffed it into her clothes, walking quickly towards the registration entrance. "Who are you?" the young man suddenly asked softly behind her. "Guess." Claudia subconsciously turned back, but she couldn't see the young man on the seat. She shook her head, then smiled slightly, turning around and walking into the boarding passage. There seemed to be a light in front of her, the light of freedom. Subworld. The subworld where Mississippi servant girl went on a business trip. Mississippi servant girl who was tapping the buttons stopped. One of her hands was holding something at this time, gently putting it on her lips. Mississippi servant girl slightly opened her lips and bit it. "How's the taste?" Boss Luo smiled at this time. "Date palm, a handwritten letter brought back from the desert. Tastes good." "Master went to the desert." Mississippi servant girl's eyes flashed. Then she smiled. "It seems that student Claudia's problem has been solved." Boss Luo nodded, casually without saying much. Instead, he turned over his palm, and a box appeared in his palm, a hard disk. "This is—" Mississippi servant girl asked curiously. Boss Luo said softly, "A mortal used 600 years to create this artificial soul. Can you let her have a body?" Mississippi servant girl's eyes brightened. "I'll try." "Okay." Boss Luo nodded. "After she has a body, let's call her Amino. Then, let her be born in the elf forest in the main god's world. There is no sadness." Chapter 1573. In the dimensional crevice, in an unknown place, on a floating, desolate land, a figure was lying on a rock. He was using his hands as a pillow, with an open history of the Roman Empire on his face. He was sleeping soundly. At this moment, a centipede-like void original demon was quietly crawling over. Suddenly, this centipede-like void original demon straightened its body, and was actually 50 to 60 meters tall. In front of this void original demon, the person sleeping soundly on the rock was as small as an ant. Just as this void original demon opened its sharp mouth and was about to bite the person on the rock into pieces, a golden light suddenly shot down from above. At the same time, the man who was sleeping with his face covered by the history book also stretched out his hand. His fingers formed a sword seal and gently moved it. That golden light that shot down seemed to come alive and spun rapidly, cutting this void original demon into dozens of pieces in an instant. The severed corpses of the original demon fell one after another. Only then did the man stretch and sit up. The book on his face naturally fell into his hands, and he closed it. That golden light also returned to the man's side and turned into the appearance of an ordinary door lock. It hasn't been a week yet? Taisetsu. In the dimensional crevice, time didn't count. Even if Taisetsu was silently counting in his heart, he didn't know if a week had passed in the outside world, at least in the world number 003, where he was in, or only a few minutes had passed in that world. Taisetsu. Suddenly, a voice that almost moved Taisetsu to tears quietly sounded behind him. Taisetsu quickly stood up, turned around, and shouted in high spirits, "Boss! Why are you here?" The one who appeared in front of Taisetsu was surprisingly Luocio. Boss Luo was carrying a plastic bag in his hand, and the things inside seemed to be dates. "I'm here to take you back." Luocio smiled and said, "I think your work should be done." "Boss." Taisetsu thought for a moment and said, "There's something I want to report to you before we go back." What Taisetsu said was a report. He rarely used such a formal tone, so Luocio couldn't help but stop. He didn't know what Taisetsu would surprise him. "Let's talk while we eat." Boss Luo nodded and waved his hand. Simple tables and chairs appeared out of thin air on the desolate land. Boss Luo tapped the table lightly with his finger, and a ripple-like rhythm spread out from the center. All the primordial void demons lurking in the desolate land, regardless of size or level, were instantly shattered. Taisetsu's expression changed slightly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a feeling that in this dimension the boss seemed to be more powerful than when he was in the small world, or perhaps he could do whatever he wanted. But the boss himself didn't seem to have any self-awareness. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Boss Luo brought out a date. "Oh, it's like this." Taisetsu took it with both hands and pulled out a chair to sit down. "Previously, I accidentally snuck into the Transcendence organization. There was no concept of time here, but in terms of pure feeling, Taisetsu didn't say a long time." Boss Luo didn't say anything after listening to Taisetsu's narration. He just sat there quietly and ate the fruit. Ninth beginning. Fushi throne. Boss Luo suddenly muttered softly, "Holy Land, Soul Palace." "Boss." Taisetsu hesitated for a moment. Actually, he had been thinking about Black Soul Fushi ever since he left the Lost Garden in the Void, and the questions in his heart gradually increased. "I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask." "Go ahead." Boss Luo nodded. Taisetsu asked seriously, "Boss, how powerful are we?" Luocio couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why do you ask?" Daz thought for a while and said, "The main thing is to consider our current situation clearly. According to the words of the ninth beginning, Black Soul Fushi, our title. Oh, our shop has a predecessor. The predecessor is the Holy Land. There is the Soul Hall in the Holy Land. It is the place where all the Black Soul envoys are controlled. In other words, our shop existed in the later period, and Black Souls like the ninth beginning were all old officials of the previous dynasty." Boss Luo blinked. "Just say what you want to say." Taisetsu took a deep breath and said, "Black Soul Fushi is very scary. To be honest, in front of him, I can't even resist. Boss, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. When I saw him, I was thinking about how to self-destruct to return to the Ark of the Covenant so that you could revive me. You see, this is escaping. To be honest, even miss you, you can't give me this feeling." Boss Luo nodded. "You're afraid that the Ark of the Covenant isn't Soul Palace, and the current shop can't control these Black Soul envoys of the previous origin level?" Taisetsu nodded. "That's right. He's really unexpectedly powerful, and he's only the ninth beginning. In other words, there are 8 more before him. However, I don't know how many more there are after him. But in our shop, there are only a few people who come and go. If something really happens in the future," Boss Luo said, "so you want to know if we're powerful or not, right?" Taisetsu nodded and said helplessly, "After all, I really treat this shop as my home. I don't like what's wrong with this home." "Home?" Luocio opened his mouth and looked at the gray scarf around Taisetsu's neck. He smiled. "Okay, I'll let you know if we're powerful or not." Taisetsu froze. Boss Luo waved his hand at this time, and a chair appeared out of thin air beside the table. The next second, there was one more person on the chair. Ninth of the beginning, Onyx Soul Fushi. Daz suddenly took a deep breath. At this time, the ninth beginning Onyx Soul Fushi opened his mouth slightly, raised his arm, and even held a small teacup in his palm. It seemed that he was planning to drink tea, but he only drank half of it. Oh, that's right. The ninth beginning was wearing a pair of large underpants. "What's the situation?" The ninth beginning. Fushi's hand that was holding the teacup was still frozen. He looked in front of him in surprise, and then a strange color flashed in his eyes. He put down the teacup gracefully and stood up. The moment he stood up, the big underpants disappeared. The ninth beginning, Fushi, still changed into a green robe. He bowed slightly to Boss Luo and said, "Ninth beginning, Fushi, greets the new master of the Holy Land." "No need to be so polite." Boss Luo smiled and motioned for this ancient Black Soul envoy to sit down. He said calmly, "I just heard Taisetsu talk about you. In fact, it's nothing serious. It's just that Taisetsu is worried that the Black Soul at the beginning level might bully me, the young shop owner. I don't want to upset him, so I invited you here." Black Soul Fushi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a while. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "It seems that this is my fault. I probably said something that made him misunderstand. Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's clear up this misunderstanding." Boss Luo waved his hand. On the desolate ground, a black cabinet slowly floated out. That kind of restrictive power made Daz frown subconsciously. Ninth beginning's Black Soul Fushi flashed a strange look in his eyes, but he just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Boss Luo said, "This is the Ark of the Covenant. When I inherited the shop, I used it to put the Black Soul Envoy's life lamp. I don't know about the Soul Hall, but your life lamp isn't in the Ark of the Covenant. But since you're also a Black Soul Envoy, then put your life lamp in the Ark of the Covenant. This is the shop's rule. There are some rules that I don't want to change for the time being." Black Soul Fushi didn't say anything. He just calmly opened his hands. A trace of soul light slowly floated out of his body. Then, the door of the Ark of the Covenant opened. This trace of soul light directly entered the Ark of the Covenant, until the Ark of the Covenant's door closed and disappeared into the ground. Black Soul Fushi's face didn't show any unhappiness. Everything seemed so natural. Boss Luo then said, "Since your vacation is still here, but you accidentally woke up, what do you plan to do now? End your vacation early, or do you want to continue your vacation?" Black Soul Fushi thought for a while and said, "Please allow me to continue this hard-earned vacation." "Okay." Boss Luo nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then temporarily seal all the memories of the Black Soul that you accidentally woke up from. Go back, Fushi Throne." After that, Boss Luo casually knocked on the table. The ninth beginning Black Soul Fushi instantly disappeared from this desolate land. "I'm not dreaming, right?" Taisetsu subconsciously rubbed his eyes. He knew that the shop definitely wasn't that simple. But the way he waved the ninth beginning Black Soul Fushi around was too okay. Boss Luo smiled. "Now you don't have to worry about anything. This family will be fine. Let's go back and pack up. I haven't been to school for a few days." Boss Luo opened the passage to Subworld 003 and directly walked in. Taisetsu suddenly shivered and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that the boss, who usually doesn't say anything, could be so scary. Scared me to death. He didn't expect that the problem that he had been worrying about for such a long time, in the boss' eyes, was just a matter of a few words. When he first met the ninth beginning Black Soul Fushi, he felt that the boss behind the scenes aura was too strong. But he didn't expect that this guy would take out his life lamp so easily. But thinking about it, the boss didn't seem to be very interested in the shop's predecessor. Why didn't he ask about the Black Soul Fushi at all when it came to the Holy Land? Probably there's some reason. Taisetsu vaguely felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. But he quickly stopped thinking about these things. It was too tiring to think about these things. It was more suitable for him to be a fighter happily. Paradise lost in the void, between the thrones, in the octagonal pavilion in the fire cloud cave. The Fushi throne suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the teacup in his hand with a face full of suspicion. The teacup had clearly lit up. Beside him, The sword girl Hidden Sword looked at him with a frown, her face full of suspicion and vigilance. Just now, what happened? The Fushi throne pondered and asked. Hidden Sword thought for a while, looked at him, and said seriously, just now you suddenly disappeared and then came back. You also changed your clothes. The Fushi throne subconsciously looked down. Yep, he really did change his clothes. He didn't say anything, just silently took out an 8 trigrams compass and began to spin it. After a while, the spinning compass suddenly broke into many small pieces of wood. The Fushi throne looked at this scene with a strange expression and didn't say anything. So what happened? Hidden Sword frowned and asked again. I don't know what happened, but I'm sure of one thing. Fushi throne took a deep breath and said with a smile, I'm a bit hot. Little Jian, do you want to fan me? You're crazy. Hidden Sword coldly snorted. He stood up and walked into the room. The Fushi throne looked at the disappearing Hidden Sword and suddenly wiped his forehead with his hand. He bitterly smiled and said, It really is hot. Otherwise, where did this cold sweat come from? What the hell is going on? He frowned as he looked at the shattered parts of the 8 trigrams compass on the table. He couldn't help but sink into contemplation. In the lost garden of the void, although the king-level experts didn't meet often, the difference between the king-level experts wasn't too big, who could make him disappear inexplicably and then return. Just as he was thinking, the octagonal pavilion suddenly cracked open and a white bone arm stretched out from the crack. This white bone arm was holding a bamboo scroll. The Fushi throne reached out and took the bamboo scroll. The white bone arm withdrew into the crack, and then the crack disappeared. The Fushi throne slowly opened the bamboo scroll. This bamboo scroll recorded the information sent back by the members of the transcending organization who were in charge of gathering information. Every once in a while, the members who were gathering information outside would send back some noteworthy information to the sovereign who was on duty. There were mainly 2 pieces of information written on the bamboo scroll. The first one, Heaven gave an order to completely end all exploration activities in the subworlds and recall all the angels who went out to explore the subworlds. The second one, Ra, the sun god, and the 9 pillar gods, who were accidentally trapped in subworld 002 because of the appearance of reinforcements, finally broke out of the imprisonment of subworld 002 and successfully escaped. The reinforcements that suddenly appeared were suspected to be the goddess of justice and truth. Matt, hashtag PS. 2 of 60, Chapter 1574. The depth of the dimension, crack, was unknown. Not to mention that they didn't have the concept of time. They probably didn't even have the concept of the specific location in the dimension crack. On a desolate floating land, several light figures landed, looking slightly embarrassed. Stop, one of the light figures suddenly said. We will remember this embarrassment. Although that was what they said, the other figures of light seemed to be rather weak. The light figure that spoke first said again, This time, thanks to Matt's appearance, we were able to break the cage of subworld 002 and escape. But next time, would Mate appear again? We won't always be so lucky here. The failure of this exploration should be a warning to us. Obviously, there were the 9 pillar gods of ancient Egypt that had fallen in subworld number 002 mentioned in the information obtained by the Fushi throne. At this time, in addition to the 9 pillar gods, there was another figure in the light figure. It was the girl that the Libras will transformed into. The goddess of justice and truth, Matt. Father God, I'm late. Matt walked in front of the gods and came to the largest light figure, and he bowed his head deeply. The only one who could make the goddess of justice and truth of ancient Egypt bow her head and call him Father God was the sun god Ra of the 9 pillar gods. The ancient Egyptian civilization had several generations of sun gods, and Horus was one of them. Ra was the original sun. Thank you, Mate. The sun god, Ra, walked out of the light and shadow. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Fortunately, I left you behind before I left. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have been trapped in subworld number 002 until we perished. It's too scary, subworld 002. Another 9-pillar god in the light figure couldn't help but sigh and say, "We have explored so many subworlds, and this is the first time we have seen such a place without legends. Without legends, our power is like that of mortals. This subworld 002 is a forbidden area that forbids all God's power. Once we fall, we are in danger of dying at any time." That's right. Another one of the 9-pillar gods said with lingering fear, "Legend has it that the further ahead a subworld is, the more dangerous it is. Subworld 002 is already so dangerous. Then how terrifying would subworld 001 be? Not to mention the primordial worlds before them. Remember, no one said that the world after subworld number 001 is the original world. Ra, the sun god, said in a deep voice, the original world may not be named after a number. Remember, we still have many unknowns about the dimensional crevices and the subworlds. Is there really a need to explore the original world?" This was the voice of another pillar god. Its voice caused all the pillar gods to fall silent. Was it really necessary to explore the primordial? Come to think of it, no one had ever forced them to explore the primordial. They had merely heard a voice that would appear in the hearts of every powerful creature that entered the dimensional crevice. Let's go take a look at the primordial. Let's go take a look at the primordial. Why should we go take a look at the primordial? This was something that no one knew, and no one could say for sure. In the dimensional crevice, there were countless groups of various sizes, but there were only 3 most famous ones: the Transcendence, the Secret Society, and the Gate of Truth. But until now, no one had heard of these 3 mysterious groups successfully conquering the original world. The pillar gods suddenly began to discuss incessantly. As the leader of the pillar gods, Ra, the sun god, shook its head inwardly, it called its daughter Matt to its side and asked with a frown, "How did you know that we were trapped in subworld 002? And how did you break the cage outside to enter subworld 002? "I didn't discover it. The goddess of justice and truth," Matt shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In truth, I was sent directly to your side, and the price was the scales of good and evil that you once brought back from the void." "Scales?" Ra, the sun god, was silent for a moment before saying, "You met that person?" She knew who the father was referring to, but she shook her head. "It wasn't that person, it was another person. It seemed to be that person's successor. Father, after you left, thousands of years had passed in our original world. I'm sorry, the scales, as the divine weapon that you brought back, was not able to be kept in my hands in the end." Ra, the sun god, shook its head and said, "At that time we exchanged the entire divine system to obtain the road signs. But the dangers of the process are unknown to outsiders. The large and small groups in the void only know that the 9-pillar gods' exploration is efficient, but they don't know how much we have to pay. Only we know that the road ahead is still very dangerous. Matt, do you hate me? The reason why I left you and Scales behind was to deal with this kind of unexpected situation." "Father," Matt shook her head, "your daughter has come as promised." Ra, the sun god, smiled with relief. "You have come, but we really have no way out. We have been trapped in the subworld 002 for so long, but we have been unable to break its secret. The road ahead is stuck here. If we can't break through the subworld 002, I'm afraid this is our end." Matt frowned, lowered her head, and muttered, "Father, the current successor's attitude seems to be different from the previous one. When I met him this time, I found that he is a very easy person to get along with. Maybe we can—" Ra shook his head. "Whether it is the original one or the current successor, some rules can never be changed. Before we have enough to move the other party, we can't get anything. Matt, we have sold the entire divine system, and even the scales that were given to you have been sacrificed. Now we are very poor." It was the kind of poverty that one could hear jingling sounds. Matt couldn't help but be silent, She found that whether it was her or the other pillar gods who had stopped the discussion, they were all silent at this time. The current pillar gods. I'm afraid that they can only sell themselves. There is another way. Ra, the sun god, looked at the goddess Mat and the other 9 pillar gods with a serious expression. The land of fallen! Mat didn't know what this was, but the other 9 pillar gods heard this, and their expressions changed slightly. They obviously knew. Father, the land of fallen. What is this place? Sun god Ra said with a serious face. Listen, the scale that I gave you was obtained from the land of fallen void by chance. It is a void divine artifact that even I can't completely see through. We need more void divine artifacts to continue our journey. We can find more void artifacts in the land of fallen. Mat looked at the other pillar god's serious expressions. It is very dangerous, isn't it, Father? There are countless powerful gods in the void, or creatures that can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Believe me, Mat, this number will overturn your concept of gods. The vastness of this large world is not something you can imagine. Ra, the sun god, said self-deprecatingly. You see, I'm the sun god, but in the void I've met at least 50 people who call themselves the sun god. They're from different god systems, and they're not even from god systems. With so many powerful beings, it is natural that we are not the only ones who found the land of fallen. As a matter of fact, the Void Fall was a well-known place in the Void because it seemed to be one of the main battlefields of the Void's old era. One could not find Void divine artifacts like the Libra there, and one could even find some information about the old era. Countless powerful beings came one after another, but they all fell in the land of fallen. Back then, when I obtained the scales, I also almost lost my life. If that's the case, Mat couldn't help but hesitate. Ra said heavily, We obtained the road sign and explored here. The process was very dangerous, and we have already used up all the pillar gods. If we don't steal, we can only sell ourselves. But why did we explore the origin in the first place? For eternity, for the ultimate freedom. The moment we sell ourselves, it is equivalent to completely cutting off eternity and freedom. Even if we reach the origin in the end, we are still losers. But in the void, we can launch plunder at will. I am afraid that we will face different powerful groups, big and small. If it is not a last resort, I will not let the pillar gods bear this kind of infamy. Besides, we still have to enter the subworld 002 again. The subworld 002 is unprecedentedly dangerous. Perhaps we can get a void artifact that can help us get through this difficulty in the land of fallen. So we must go to the land of fallen. Mat nodded, looked at her father god, and looked at the pillar gods beside him. She heard it, the sound of a bell. Since they had decided to go to the fallen land, the pillar gods immediately set off after a break. On the way, the sun god, Ra, suddenly asked his daughter, My daughter, tell me what happened before and after your transaction. I want to know what kind of person this successor is. Father God? Mat couldn't help but frown. She seemed to feel that her father god had other thoughts in mind. The sun god Ra was silent at this time, but he was communicating with the goddess Mat in another way, telepathically. In this long process of exploration, we not only advanced to the subworld 002, but also obtained a lot of secrets. Legend has it that the master of that place is not constant, it can be fought for. At first, I only suspected it, but since you have met a new successor, that is to say, this legend is likely to be true. Father God, do you want to? We need the power to move forward. Let me ask, if we have the power of that place, do we still need anything else? Mat was silent. She couldn't see many things clearly. She had been sleeping in the tomb of Sun City for too long. She didn't know how long her father god and the pillar gods had been exploring in the crack of the dimension. But this time, she found that the pillar gods seemed to be a little different from the past. She felt a strangeness and uneasiness. Father God, when I made this transaction, I felt that terrifying power, as if it was strangling my throat. I couldn't resist. Since the owner can be changed, there must be a way to fight for it. If we don't reach the origin, the new era will only disappear in an instant like the old era. Those who achieve great things are ruthless. No one is destined by the heavens. Nobles, generals, and generals are all equal. My daughter, I learned this sentence from a cultivator. Do you understand its meaning? Matt lowered her head and didn't say anything. Sun God. Ari didn't urge her and just silently hurried on. Finally, Goddess Matt let out a sigh of relief and softly said, Ever since Father and the others left, I have been sleeping in the scale until one day, she slowly told the story about herself. Quit school? Teacher Poulin was looking at Claudia, one of the few students in the class whom he rather liked, in astonishment in the teacher's office building of the academy. This was a smart child, the kind that was very suitable for doing research silently. Of course, the motive for entering the School of Theology in the beginning was not because she really liked theology. Teacher, you misunderstood. Claudia shook her head and said, I just plan to give up on the School of Theology and focus on the School of Mathematics from now on. It seems that student Claudia seems to have solved the problem in her heart. Teacher Poulin smiled faintly. He discovered that this classmate who was usually silent seemed to be a little different. No matter what, since it's your decision, then go ahead and work hard. Her eyes were different, as if it was another person, but it was still her. Maybe she just became more confident. Teacher Poulin, I am very grateful for your teaching in the past 6 months. Claudia smiled slightly. Although I don't plan to study theology if there is time, I think I will come to listen to your class again. After all, your class made me feel like I was listening to a story. Teacher Poulin stared blankly and subconsciously rubbed his nose. He smiled and said, Thank you very much. Claudia nodded with a smile, and then walked out of the office with light steps. Teacher Poulin smiled, and then packed up his lesson plans and set off for the classroom. In the corridor of the teaching building that one had to pass to get to the classroom, Teacher Poulin's eyes slightly lit up. Student Luaccio, you finally came to class. Boss Luo smiled slightly, holding a palm-sized container in his hand. This is a letter brought back from Egypt. Class first. Teacher Poulin smiled. Even if you received a gift, if you fail the exam, I still won't give you credit. So strict. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. This chapter is yesterday's copy. Chapter 1575. Mr. Poulin said that he hadn't been to the Butterfly Society for a few days, so after the morning class ended, he hid in the Butterfly Society. His reason was that the quietness here suited him very well. More importantly, he found that he didn't even need to wear gloves in the Butterfly Society. When the white gloves were taken off, he could touch everything in the Butterfly Society. The tables and chairs that were touched didn't decay, and the flowers that were touched didn't wither either. In this place, the power of death in his hand seemed to be isolated. This made Teacher Poulin rather excited, and he almost touched all the furnishings in the Butterfly Society. Oh, right, the tea made by the president, Luaccio, was delicious. I've been away from here for a few days. Did anything special happen? Luaccio asked Teacher Poulin casually, as if they were acquaintances who had known each other for a long time. Nothing at school. Mr. Poulin blinked. There shouldn't be anything outside the school, either. I don't know what's special for you. Teacher is very special. Boss Luo smiled. Mr. Poulin shook his head and said, You know almost everything about me. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be special in your eyes. Boss Luo blinked and said, Teacher, you haven't told me how you got your ability. When we first met, didn't you say that you were abandoned in front of the church? Mr. Poulin thought for a while and said slowly, This ability seems to be innate. As I continue to grow, my ability is steadily increasing. But in the end, I don't know why I have this ability. Generally speaking, if it's not a special mutation, it might be inherited from the bloodline. Boss Luo asked casually, Teacher, Have you ever been curious about your parents? Why did they abandon you? Of course I'm curious. Pulin rolled his eyes and said, but I didn't find a way. No one saw who put me in front of the church. After I grew up, I traveled around and met some people with divination abilities. But every time I asked someone to do a divination for me, they would die. After trying a few more times, I gave up. He even tried a few more times. How many times did he try? How many died? Seeing that he spoke casually, Boss Luo didn't ask further. For Teacher Pulin, who had mastered the power of death, perhaps the life and death of life wasn't as important to him as it was in the eyes of ordinary people. Boss Luo could even imagine Teacher Pulin's opinion on the death of those diviners who divined for him. That was their fate, since fate had arranged for them to welcome death. Then even if I hadn't come, they would still have died. That's a pity. Boss Luo nodded. Would you like to have afternoon tea here? It's okay. Pulin shook his head. I don't have classes in the afternoon, and I have some matters to attend to. I'll be leaving the school later. Boss Luo did not ask him to stay. He just sent Teacher Pulin out of the Butterfly Society's door. The Butterfly Society was located in an old school building, and few people would come here. However, at this moment, a figure carrying a cardboard box full of personal belongings passed by the school building and looked up. Boss Luo opened the window and looked down with a smile. It was Claudia. She seemed to have packed her things and was preparing to leave. However, when she saw the window above suddenly open, she was startled at first. Then, when she saw the new male classmate in the class, an indescribable sense of familiarity suddenly welled up in her heart. However, she couldn't put her finger on it, so she simply nodded and left. Boss Luo smiled and returned to the Butterfly Society until her figure finally disappeared into the shade of the trees. There was an old notebook on the table. This was what Professor Xie Jedu left after he disappeared. The last thing he wrote in this notebook was about the study of Trinity. Past, present, future. Trinity. At first, Luocho thought that what Professor Siejeta wrote was very close to something, but now it seemed to be unrelated. The Trinity that Professor Siegetu studied probably referred to the power of the Libra through what happened in the City of the Sun. The good side of the Libra, and the ugly side of the Libra happened to be the Trinity. Although Professor Siegetu's perception was biased, it was quite impressive that he was able to create a Menno after 600 years as a mortal. But this was not what Luocho wanted. Boss Luo shook his head and put the notebook in the drawer. Although the Trinity that Professor Siegetu understood was not the case, this trip to the City of the Sun in the desert was not without gain. At least he got the scales of good and evil. Although Boss Luo just wanted to see if there was anything special about the soul that was divided by the Libra's power, the Libra he finally got was an unexpected surprise. One of the 7 sacred artifacts of the Eternal Empire, a part of the Eternal Wheel. Boss Luo wanted to get more information through the altar, but the price of the altar was too high. Boss Luo planned to slowly explore it himself. After so many things happened, he seemed to still be the Luocho who liked to go to the supermarket when it was on sale. Nothing seemed to have changed much. After packing up the things in the Butterfly Society, Boss Luo left here. At first, Luocho felt that school life seemed to be good, but now he suddenly felt that this good life probably came from the company of Miss Maid. Ye hadn't come back yet, and he suddenly felt dull today. Master, are you there? When he went out, Luocho heard a voice with a hint of flattery in his heart. Taiyinzi's voice. What's the matter? Master, I seem to remember something again. In the next moment, Boss Luo closed the door of the Butterfly Society and hung the sign of Kulse. Then he appeared in the main God Mountain. At this time, Taiyinzi was eating a piece of authentic Changsha stinky tofu with his mouth wide open under the service of several pretty ladies. His mouth was full of oil, and the smell of fragrant permeated the air. By the way, among the maids, there was one who looked like Chin Chiyu. Master, Please listen to my explanation. You must listen to my explanation. I'm not slacking off. He didn't want to explain why there was a maid who looked like Chin Chiyu. Boss Luo couldn't help shaking his head. At that time, what was the reason that turned him into a black soul envoy? Boss Luo couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Master, sit. Taiyinzi took the chair from a servant and came to Luochio's side. Master, what kind of tea do you want to drink? No need. Luochio waved his hand casually. After glancing at the main god mountain, he said indifferently, Tell me, what did you remember this time? At this time, Taiyinzi asked all the servants and maids to leave, and then took out a folded rice paper from his arms. He licked his fingers and then opened the paper carefully. I was afraid that I would forget, so I wrote it down immediately. Master, please have a look. For words were written on the paper. Eternal wheel, eternal wheel. Luochio frowned slightly in surprise. He had just returned from Sun City, and the Libra he got was a part of the eternal wheel. Taiyinzi thought of the eternal wheel, which was really a subtle coincidence. Yes, it's the eternal wheel. Taiyinzi looked serious at this time. I've been thinking hard these days so that I can think of useful information for Master as soon as possible. Finally, thanks to Master's great fortune, the heavens don't disappoint the faithful, and the heavens pity me. What else? Boss Luo had to interrupt and ask, Is there anything else about the eternal wheel? Taiyinzi blinked. No, I just thought of the eternal wheel. Boss Luo blinked, got up, and left without saying a word. Taiyinzi suddenly threw himself on the ground with tears and snot and hugged him. Master, it's not that I don't want to think of it, but I can't help it. Recently, I don't know why, but I always feel that I can't concentrate. Master, you should know that these things are like going to the toilet. When it wants to come, it will naturally come. If it doesn't come, no matter how much I squat, it won't come out. I've been working very hard. So, what was the reason that he was turned into a black soul envoy at that time? Boss Luo gently knocked his forehead. Say it. What do you want? I want a holiday. Taiyinzi raised his head pitifully. Boss Luo said expressionlessly, Black Soul's holiday can't be exchanged with merits. You should know this. Taiyinzi hurriedly said, Master, you misunderstood. I don't want that kind of holiday. I want to go back to the modern world. Ye miss. You harmed me. How can there be such an old job in the world to get a minute of rest? This old Taoist. I also have my dignity. For some reason, a familiar feeling suddenly appeared in front of him. A certain red genie's figure flashed in front of Boss Luo's eyes. You want a chance to go out? Boss Luo stopped and looked down. Taiyinzi suddenly shivered, but in order to get a chance to go out, he gritted his teeth and nodded. That's good. Boss Luo pondered for a moment and suddenly nodded. Okay, from now on, you and Taisetsu will temporarily switch. Taiyinzi was overjoyed. He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. He hurriedly kowtowed and thanked Boss Luo. Master, thank you for your kindness. Boss Luo waved his hand. I want you to go out, but not to play. I have another task for you. Taiyinzi opened his mouth, then lowered his head and bit his fingers. In the end, he was tired of staying in the main god mountain and wanted to go out. So he said respectfully, It's my honor to be able to work for you, Master. Master, you don't know this, but this old Taoist has been thinking about how to solve your problems all the time. Now that the opportunity has finally come, this old Taoist is really moved to tears. What kind of task do you want me to do? Boss Luo said indifferently, Go to the crack in the dimension and find a way to sneak into the organization of the Supreme Beings. Help me find out the whereabouts of the Supreme Beings in the Supreme Beings organization. Taiyinzi blinked and said subconsciously, Super what? The Supreme Beings organization. Super, what's that again? The Supreme Beings organization. What's that again? To go or not to go? Go, Boss Luo nodded and said, I've already informed Taisetsu. He'll come in and talk to you later about sneaking into the Supreme Being's organization. You can ask Taisetsu, he's more experienced. Also, if you remember more about the Eternal Wheel, you can end this mission early. Taiyinzi sat on the ground with dull eyes. Boss Luo had already left. Not long after, Taisetsu entered the main god mountain and found Taiyinzi still sitting on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" Taiyinzi looked up helplessly, his beard trembling because of the twitching of his lips. I'm touched." Taisetsu nodded and said, "Master asked me to come here to replace you. He also said that you might have something to ask me." "What is it?" Taiyinzi took a deep breath. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand. The sage-like Taoist robe was gone. He changed into a checkered shirt and close-fitting jeans. In addition, he wore an afro hairstyle. "Brother Daz, look at me. Do I have the potential to be a snitch?" After Daz thought about it, he said with a serious face after a while, "Brother, there is a saying. You look like a snitch like this. Trust me, you're definitely the most outstanding traitor in the village." "Really?" Taiyinzi's mood seemed to have improved a lot. "Hearing you say that, I'm relieved. Brother Taisetsu, I heard that you're familiar with the supreme level organizations. Can you introduce me to them?" "Master." He couldn't be planning to let Taiyinzi blend in and become a traitor, right? For a moment, Taisetsu didn't know why, but he wasn't worried about Taiyinzi. Instead, he was worried about the supreme level individuals in the supreme level organization. It seemed as if Taiyinzi had a very special talent. No matter what, he was always able to turn the other party's good hand into a bad one. ######## PS 3/60ths. Chapter 1576. This time, Taiyinzi didn't make any mistakes. The handover between him and Taisetsu went smoothly. It was unknown what this guy was thinking. Before leaving the main god mountain, he enthusiastically handed over the right to use the magic mirror to Taisetsu. At the same time, after careful consideration, Taisetsu finally told Taiyinzi that if he arrived at the Eternal Night Palace of the Transcendent Organization and met a person named Musashi, he could mention Taisetsu's name. Of course, Taiyinzi thanked him again and again. This old guy actually understood more or less that it was hard to please the boss if he only relied on those unreliable memories in his head and didn't know when he would squeeze out a little bit of memory. According to the current market, it was hard to please the boss. Didn't he see that the team of Black Soul envoys was slowly growing? Chun Mingming and Zhao Lu had such a good start, but they were still working so hard. He was the first Black Soul envoy that the boss had personally converted. How could he continue to be a salted fish? Taiyinzi didn't know where his ambition came from. This was the first time he entered the crevice of the dimension. Standing on the desolate floating land, Taiyinzi miraculously hoped that he could make some achievements this time. Black Soul King. I will definitely be the Black Soul King. The desolate land suddenly shook, and a huge black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground. It was an incomparably huge monster that looked like a sandworm. Its round mouth was filled with densely packed sharp teeth. Traces of sticky green saliva dripped onto Taiyinzi's head. Taiyinzi opened his mouth and thought for a while. Then he coldly laughed and waved his sleeves. Help! He couldn't win, so he ran for his life. This guy, there should be no problem. In the distance, on a stone mountain, Taisetsu rubbed his chin. Not to mention whether Taiyinzi could successfully sneak into the Transcendent Organization. Whether he could safely arrive at the Eternal Night Palace seemed to be a problem. Shaking his head, Taisetsu turned around and left. The boss only asked him to send, watch, Taiyinzi into the crack between dimensions, but he didn't ask him to help him all the way. His own people wouldn't act on their own accord. Taisetsu mingled in the underworld, so he knew very well that the bosses hated it the most when their subordinates acted on their own accord. Moreover, Taisetsu had already told Taiyinzi that if he successfully arrived at the Eternal Night Palace, he could mention his name in front of Musashi. That was the best. Anyway, do your best. According to the boss's instructions, after closing the crack between dimensions, Taisetsu entered the main god mountain and temporarily replaced Teinzi as the moon master god. However, to the servants on the main god mountain, the new master god was completely different from the previous master god, who was extremely extravagant. You all can go and rest. I don't need anyone to serve me. The servants were in fear and trepidation. After all, they didn't have real life. Strictly speaking, they were just NPCs in the Master God game. If they weren't serving the Master God on the main God mountain, they wouldn't even know what they were supposed to do. Taisetsu only wanted to stay on the mountain by himself. After thinking for a while, he said, "I've seen your panel. You all seem to have the ability to level up as well. If you don't have anything else to do, then go down the mountain and level up." Thus, the servants accepted the order, tidied up, and went down the mountain in tears, walking on the continent. The new Master God probably wants us to spread the glory of the Master God on the continent. Yes, the Moon Master God is too shameless. Now, many new gods have appeared on the continent. The mortals have gradually forgotten about the existence of the Moon Master God Mountain. We are the servants of the gods. We can't let the prestige of the main God Mountain decline day by day. God knows what model Teinzi used to create this batch of servants. On the day they went down the mountain, the chief steward of the servants on the main God Mountain called himself the Pope. The Moon Holy Church was quietly born. Subworld number 003, Modern World. Britain. On the streets of a quiet town, Teacher Poulin carried a small bag. When it was close to dusk, he came to the front of the town's church. He happened to see my Lotta holding a broom, looking like he had nothing to live for as he cleaned the church's courtyard. My Lotta had been living in the church for a few days. It seemed like he had adapted to the life of the church. "You seem to be in a good mood today." Teacher Poulin greeted my Lotta through the iron fence in the courtyard. He then raised a bag in his hand and shook his head, smiling. "Consolation?" My Lotta snorted coldly, but he had the urge to beat this guy up. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. For a few days, he could only stay in the church. Because he had lost his ability, he had no way to deal with the mortals in the modern world who could use modern weapons. Once he left the church, he would probably face the danger of being arrested by the police. Of course, it wasn't because the church provided free food and accommodation. How could the great Soth god race, the descendant of the great god of war Ares, bow down because of such small benefits? Fresh out of the oven, Teacher Poulin continued. My Lotta couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Right now, he didn't have any strength, but the daily consumption of his body was still shocking. The free meals provided by the church were simply not enough. But he couldn't bring himself to ask the priests of the church if they could give him more food. "No one asked you to console me." My Lotta snorted coldly. "It's unnecessary." Teacher Poulin smiled and took 2 steps back. He then threw the bag in his hand into the courtyard and waved his hand. "Do your best. You look really handsome when you work hard." The corner of my Lotta's eyes twitched slightly. Finally, Teacher Poulin walked away. He sighed and silently picked up the consolation gift. He found a tree to sit down and silently nod on it. "Great God of Darkness, when will your most loyal believer be able to?" He sighed heavily and took out the crystal given by the God of Darkness. This crystal, other than the reaction on the first day, didn't have any other reaction. This made my Lotta ponder whether Pluto had already left this town. If I can contact my race in the inhuman domain, my Lotta thought while gnawing on the bread. Now his power was sealed by the powerful old human mage, Uncle Pick. It was very inconvenient, and his movements were hindered. The only thing he could do now was to ask for help from the god race. But now he didn't have any ability. It was impossible for him to activate his private coordinates and open the inhuman domain communication. "Lotta, are you there?" Can you come over and help me carry some things? Suddenly, the voice of the old priest came. My Lotta snorted lightly and pretended not to hear. Lotta, are you there? I am preparing dinner. There are guests coming tonight. I can't take the time now. Lotta, I'll go now. My Lotta sighed, but he couldn't help but keep an eye out. Guests? Other than worship, very few people would come to this church. Even those who entered the church to repent were very few. My Lotta couldn't help but complain about the customs of this small town. The humans in this broken place seemed to be very friendly by nature, so friendly that my Lotta felt that it was unreal. Between people, they were like family. Although this small town was very small and they all knew each other, this degree of harmony still made my Lotta feel that it was unreal. Although he had met a few hooligans in this small town in the beginning who had provoked him, it seemed that it was only these few young people. This place was too peaceful. Shaking his head, my Lotta was about to move out to help the priest carry things when he keenly felt something. A line of sight outside the iron fence of the church's courtyard. There was an unusual line of sight looking in. Although his power had been sealed, my Lotta still had some strong sense of touch. He secretly adjusted his breathing and suddenly turned around. Oh, what sharp senses! My Lotta frowned at the same time. He saw that outside the iron fence of the courtyard, a tall figure was standing at an unknown time. It was really tall, compared to him who had the bloodline of Ares, the god of war. His physique was even stronger. Not only that, the other party was actually an old man. The grayish-white stubble was quite eye-catching, and the old wrinkles on his face. But what was this strong physique? You are Stella's student. The tall and sturdy old man suddenly asked curiously, When did Stella take in a student? But your physique seems to be quite good. Stella, the name of the church's priest. In that case, this tall and sturdy old man was probably the guest that Father Stella was going to invite tonight. My Lotta frowned. He was naturally not Father Stella's student, but for a moment he did not know how to answer his identity. He simply did not say anything, and after giving him a glance, he turned around and left. The tall and sturdy old man outside the iron fence shook his head and laughed lightly. You have quite the character, but I don't know how strong you are. Probably due to the aggressive nature in his bloodline, my Lotta found that he could not ignore this kind of provocation. He clenched his fist, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. The tall and sturdy old man's interest was immediately piqued, and he clicked his tongue and said, Your eyes tell me that your hands are not clean. I am very curious. Why would Stella let you live in God's place? My Lotta sneered and stuffed the last mouthful of cognac into his mouth, and walked towards the iron fence with the broom in his hand. Lotta, so you are here. But at this moment, Father Stella's voice came from behind. He was still holding a cooking spoon in his hand and wearing an apron. Had the things been moved? My Lotta took a deep breath and turned around to look at Father Stella. The priest blinked his eyes in confusion, and my Lotta then said indifferently, Go now. My Lotta silently left the courtyard, and Father Stella shook his head with a worried look. At the same time, the tall and sturdy old man had already walked into the courtyard. He jumped in. Father Stella said snappily, I remember that the front door of the church is never locked. The old man shrugged and said, You know that I don't like to walk under his nose. Wasco, the name of this tall and sturdy old man, and his origin instantly emerged in Father Stella's mind. One of the members of the Holy Knights of the Holy Church, who had not retired at the age of 96. His powerful body made a group of young Holy Knights blush with shame. Currently, he still maintained his status as a high-end combat power of the Holy Church. This guy, who is he? The tall and sturdy old man. Wasco suddenly asked at this moment. I smell a strong smell of blood on his hands. Father Stella did not care and said, No one's hands are clean. This is the church. As long as there is a need, we will open the door for them. Lotta was temporarily placed here by a friend of mine. Although this guy's temper is a bit irritable, his nature should not be bad. You, on the other hand, came all the way from the Holy Land to this remote place. You can't say that you are here for a vacation, right? How can that be? Isn't there still an old friend like you here? Wasco smiled and said, The Holy Land is now full of young people. I couldn't find anyone to talk to, so I came out to visit an old friend. Am I not welcome? I don't believe you. Father Stella looked at him expressionlessly. Wasco withdrew his smile and suddenly said seriously, Recently, a lot of things have happened in the Holy Church. Before he finished speaking, Father Stella directly shook his head and said, I am just a retired soldier. Now I am already too busy to take care of this small church every day. I am not in the mood to care about the affairs of those big shots. Wasco seemed to have known the other party's attitude and was not angry. Father Stella shook his head. I am very happy that you are here to visit me, old friend Wasco. So I personally prepared dinner tonight. I hope we can have a pleasant and relaxing gathering. Oh no, the grilled fish is about to be burnt. With that, Stella hurriedly turned around and left. Wasco suddenly said at this time, About half a year ago, the holy relic guarded by the Pecoris monastery was robbed, and none of the monks in the monastery survived. Almost a month after the incident, this incident happened in the Holy Church, because the person who robbed the holy relic forged the enchantment, creating the illusion that everything in the monastery was normal. Stella subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Stella, you should know what the loss of the holy relic means to the Holy Church. Wasco said slowly at this time. Through investigation, the investigation team of the Holy Church finally determined who robbed the holy relic and massacred the monastery. Who is it? Father Stella finally turned around. Black Order. Wasco said slowly. Father Stella was silent for a while before he shook his head and said, The fish is still burnt. Chapter 1577. After a while, Father Strahl came out with a plate of burnt fish, his face expressionless. Wasco, whose body size was twice that of Father Stella, was stroking a golden cat that was dozing off, showing a look of enjoyment. Tear off the burnt part of the skin. The inside is still edible. Wasco looked at the failed dish in front of him indifferently, reached out and picked it up to eat. I've never been picky about food. This is the secret of longevity. This guy could still be so healthy at the age of 96. Of course, he had a secret. But it was obviously not because he was not picky about food. Father Stella untied his apron and sat down. After pouring himself a glass of water, he said slowly, The holy relic of the Pecoris monastery has been taken away for more than half a year. I'm curious how the Holy Church can tolerate it until now. This makes me wonder if this holy relic is a fake made by a big country. Recently, something happened in the Holy Church. Wasco stopped stroking the cat and said seriously, We have been unable to listen to the gospel of the Lord for a long time. What's going on? Father Stryker frowned. Wasco shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Even a group of holy petitioners who were originally going to be sent to heaven are now staying in the Holy Land. This is probably the first case since the birth of the Holy Church. Now, there are many voices in the Holy Church. You know, Stella, I've never been interested in this kind of fight. Father Stella did not comment. What was lost is the holy relic, not something else. Since when is the fight between factions more important than the holy relic? Stella. Wasco came closer and whispered, Speculation, just a speculation. We speculate that something you and I can imagine might have happened in heaven. In the past 6 months, many things have happened in the Holy Church, far more than you can imagine. And all of this seems to be related to the sudden disappearance of the soul of a petitioner last year. In Russia, she was a devout believer with a pure soul, one of the few high quality in recent years. But after her death, her soul was not received. This matter attracted the attention of the angels in heaven who were in charge of receiving people, and they sent angels to investigate. In this matter, there was a young priest involved, and the one that the angels were interrogating was this young priest. What's the problem? Father Stella said angrily. Apart from the problem, how does the interrogation of a suspect involve the Black Order? That's the key. Wasco thought for a while and said, that angel was unable to get an answer from this young priest, but because the time of descent was almost up, it had to return. But as soon as it left, the monastery was immediately attacked by the Black Order, and then the holy relic was taken away. The entire monastery was killed. The Black Order even asked their priests to pretend to be people from the monastery. Guess what happened next? I guess if you don't hurry up, you won't have dinner tonight, Father Stella said indifferently. Wasco stared at him for a while, then said, when the angel in charge of the investigation descended again, it was attacked by the Black Order disguised as people from the Holy Church. Dead. Father Stella's expression changed slightly. Wasco said in a deep voice, Stella, a descending angel, died in the human world. Moreover, he died under the careful planning of the Holy Church's enemy, the Black Order. This shame was undoubtedly a resounding slap on the faces of the higher-ups of the church. Later, they learned that the holy relic was lost, and then they couldn't contact heaven. What about the young priest involved in the case? Father Stella suddenly asked. That's where the strange part is. Wasco thought for a while and said, according to the investigation, this priest was born in the Pacorus monastery. His godfather was called Morgi, who was also an ascetic in the monastery. But when the investigation team of the Holy Church arrived, they didn't find the body of this young priest among the many corpses that were dug up. But according to the records at that time, this young priest should have been imprisoned when the Black Order attacked the monastery. However, after the Black Order successfully killed the angel and left, this young priest also mysteriously disappeared. He might know the whole story. Father Stella frowned. Perhaps when the Black Order attacked the monastery, he took advantage of the chaos to escape. No, if he escaped, he should have contacted the nearest church to ask for support immediately. It's impossible for him to delay until the investigation team appeared. Could it be a betrayal? This is the most likely possibility. Wasco said seriously, even the news of the holy relic in the monastery was leaked by this young priest. He is more likely to be an accomplice of the Black Order's invasion of the monastery. Of course, these are all just speculations, unless we can find him. Morgi. Father Stella muttered. I've heard of him. An ascetic in Pacorus. His character is enough to be remembered. If it's his godfather, he should also be a person with strong faith. Listen, Stella, Wasco said in a low voice. I hope more than anyone that there is no traitor among us. Just Amund alone is enough to humiliate us. But even if he shamefully left the embrace of the Lord, at least he chose to be a knight in the end and didn't do evil. But if this young priest is in cahoots with the Black Order, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. Father Stella suddenly sneered. If that's the case, I'm also someone who shames you. You've come to the wrong place. Wasco took a deep breath and said, Stella, when Amund betrayed the church for his child who fell in love with a vampire, you, who was in charge of intercepting him, let him go in the end. I don't blame you. You've already asked for forgiveness and spread the glory of our Lord in this remote place for 20 years. It's enough to atone for your sins. This time, I came here from the Holy Church. One of my goals is to bring you back. Stella said indifferently, I'm just an old man who will doze off when preaching to the believers for a week. What can I do? Look, I'm so clumsy that I can even burn a grilled fish. The Holy Church needs you, Stella, Wasco said earnestly. Father Stella lowered his eyebrows and looked at Jean Jen, who was acting cute at his feet and begging to be stroked, and said indifferently, Tom needs me too. Can't you bring your cat back with you? Wasco frowned. Father Stella shook his head and said, No, it won't be acclimatized, and it can't leave the bench in the confessional of the church, or it won't sleep. I'll help you carry the confessional back. Father Stella said again, No, except for the vegetables planted in the garden here. Tom won't eat any other vegetables. You told me that cats like to eat vegetables. Fine. I'll carry this yard back too. Wasco's forehead was slightly green. Father Stella still shook his head and said, the air won't work either. If it leaves here, Tom will refuse to breathe and it will die. Old man, enough is enough. Wasco was almost gritting his teeth as he spoke. A majestic holy power was flowing on his muscles that seemed to be made of steel at this time. Father Stella said, unhurriedly, there are still a few knights guarding here. Although they are just insignificant little knights, you don't care at all. Well, even if the 12 knights come, you definitely won't care. But if you attract the attention of the entire knight mechanism, I think you'll still. Oh, Wasco, I knew you can keep your composure. Wasco stood up directly. I'll come again. I'll stay here for the next few days. Stella, I still say the same thing. Now is an eventful time. The Holy Church needs you, and the godly Mite Prison needs you even more. But I don't need you. Humph. Wasco pushed the door open angrily. Father Stella shook his head, then began to clean up the table. But at this time, Tom ran all the way out, jumped to the edge of the window, and kept shouting. Father Stella didn't look back, but said indifferently, you must be hungry. Come and clean up and get ready to eat. I know you haven't eaten enough these days, so I made a little more today. But the guy who was going to stay for dinner just now left, so you can eat more. Outside the window, Miles Lotta stood up with a cold face. He didn't go through the door, but directly jumped in from the window, but his eyes were locked on Father Stella. The priest smiled slightly and brought out a lot of food from the kitchen. He acted as if nothing had happened, carried Tom to the table and fed him some milk. Just now you... Miles Lotta couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart and asked tentatively, Poulin sent you to me. I didn't ask anything, and I don't intend to ask. Father Stella smiled. Miles Lotta gave a soft hum, lowered his head, and began to eat. Happy meal. Stella smiled faintly, then drew a cross before his chest. Amen. After sending some condolences to Miles Lotta, Teacher Poulin quickly came to the town's hospital. He would come here once a day, and every time he came he would bring some fresh soil into the intensive care unit and apply it to Mr. Smith and his wife Deborah. Today was the same. Mr. Smith appeared to be asleep, lying on the edge of his wife Deborah's bed. This man was probably getting more and more exhausted with each passing day. His wife was still unconscious, and his missing son Joe was still missing. These terrible things had caused this man, who should have been at his most energetic, to have a face full of exhaustion. If it weren't for the doctor who came to the ward every day to tell him that the fetus his wife was carrying was still healthy, Mr. Smith probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Teacher Poulin stood to the side, quietly looking at the couple who had been through a lot. He didn't know when it started, but he seemed to have gotten rid of his ill-fated relationship with Mr. Smith's family. He had always been traveling around without a fixed residence, without any purpose. This small town was the first place he had lived in for more than half a year. This place always gave him a special feeling. He felt as though he knew Mr. Smith's family, especially when he first met Mr. Smith's family at the scene of the car accident. This ordinary family should have died in the car accident, but because of his arrival, they miraculously survived. That was the first time in his life that Poulin did something that went against the laws of nature. He couldn't tell what the reason was. Perhaps there was a hidden meaning behind this matter. Thus, he decided to live here and become a member of this small town, like an ordinary person. By interacting with this family, he might be able to understand something, right? Teacher Poulin looked at Mrs. Deborah's belly. The child had enough weeks, and a new life was waiting to break out of the cocoon in the mother's body. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gently put it on Mrs. Deborah's belly, through the patient's clothes, the quilt, and his own white gloves. He didn't really touch it in the end. Joe! Joe! Mr. Smith, who was sleeping, suddenly called the name of his missing child in his dream. Teacher Poulin instantly withdrew his hand. Mr. Smith woke up from his dream and looked around the ward. As usual, only his wife was still lying on the bed. Just now, did someone come? Mr. Smith glanced at the cabinet beside the bed and realized that there was an additional item here at some point in time. Mr. Smith opened it and realized that the food bag was mostly filled with his favorite food. Probably someone. Mr. Smith thought to himself, everyone in this town has always gotten along very well. His mood seemed to be better. Mr. Smith slowly exhaled, taking out his wife's hand from the quilt and gently wiping it. Was it an illusion? In front of the hospital, Wasco, who had left the church, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the small hospital in front of him with some hesitation. Just now he seemed to have smelled something unusual, the smell of a dead body. But this smell disappeared very quickly, and he could only smell the fragrance of the earth in the end. Wasco couldn't help but shake his head and quickly left. Not long after, Wasco came to the door of an apartment. He directly pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, the 2 men and 2 women in the apartment saw Wasco coming in, and they immediately straightened their backs and raised their heads, not daring to breathe. Wasco looked at the 4 young men and women. They were all knights of the Holy Church, heroes of the Holy Knight Reserve. Obviously, other than looking for Father Stella, he came to this small town for another reason. ######### PS for 60ths.